Let's start working on the listing detail page, and for that we're going to go to our app directory here, and in there we are going to create a new folder called listings, and inside listing we're going to create another folder, and that is going to call square brackets, and inside that it's going to be listing ID, and then in here it's going to be page.tsx. So RFC, and it's going to be listing page, something like that. Let's get rid of this one. Listings, then listing ID in page.tsx. Okay, let's go here. And what do we have here? Listings. There should be as listings. All right. Let's go back here. Refresh once. Click on this one. And there you go. We have our listing page. Fantastic. And now is the time that we need to start building this page. Okay, I'm gonna open up the first one, and let's go back here. Let's go here, and let's say note found. Also import Prisma from lib Prisma. Then we have get current user from auth lab or libauth, and then from we have fetch demo properties. Then we have sync demo listings database. No, not this one. Demo sync demo listing by ID. There you go. This is the one that we need. And let's create the type here. Type listing page props is equal to this type, and then it's gonna take params, and the params are going to be promise. Oh, sorry. And then in here we're gonna say listing ID is going to be a string. Now after that, here search params is going to be that promise here, basically promise. And then in here we're gonna say open that, booking is optional, string, message is optional and string. And we have check in string, we have check out string, and then we have adults string, we have children string, infants string. All right, now here we have export default async function listing page. It's going to take a few arguments, some parameters. So here params, and then search params, sorry, not use search params, search params, and that's going to be a listing page props. And there you go. Now here we need to set up a few things, of course. So I'm gonna pull this up a little, and here const listing ID is equal to await params. There you go. And after that, here we have const query is equal to await search params. Then here we have const demo properties is equal to await fetch demo properties. And then here we have const demo listing seed is equal to demo properties dot find. And here we go for the property. And then in here on the arrow function, we go for if property.id is identical to listing ID. Then it's gonna be returned true, of course. And now here, before the return statement again, we're gonna say let. And we are using let because in here, sync below may replace null with a freshly inserted row. And we are dealing with a database here, of course. So let db listing is equal to await prisma dot listing dot find unique, and in here open that where id is listing id, include user is equal to true. All right, now in here let's go for the main, give it some classes like mx-auto. Minimum height is going to be screen, max width 7xl, px4, p actually yeah, okay, px4. Then we have padding bottom of 28, padding top of 5. On medium screen sizes it's going to be px8, and on medium it's going to be padding bottom of 10. Also on medium it's going to be padding top of, come on, 8. And now in here we're gonna say article and gonna give it some classes like space y6. On medium screen sizes it's going to be space y8. Open that, go inside, create a div, give it some classes, grid gap 6. On large screen sizes and onward it's going to be grid dash calls. It's going to be a custom value, so min max 0 and then 2 fraction, and then in here underscore min max 320 and 1 fraction. And then after that here we have on large screen sizes it's going to be items dash start, and let's go inside that div and create another one and give it some classes like order is going to be 2 for this one, and space y6, and we are just bringing it on the second place for the desktop view only, for the mobile view only. Otherwise it's going to be order default for the desktop. All right, space y6. Then we have on medium screen sizes it's going to be space y7, and then here on large screen sizes it's going to be order dash 1. All right, now inside of this part here we're gonna need a section, and that section is going to have some components. So this is going to be a listing image gallery, which of course we have not created yet. All right, so listing image gallery there. Then we have listing header info, and that also is not done, so I'm gonna display that just simple text here. So those two come here, and then after this section here we're gonna display something like listing about, and I'm gonna copy that here, display that here, and comment it out. And then after that here we have something like listing booked ranges, and that is not done yet, so of course that's going to be built. And here we have listing map, and I'm gonna copy this, comment it out, and there you go. And that after that we're gonna get rid of, we're gonna get out of this div here. So I'm gonna come here Then create a new div here, and that is going to have some classes like order-1, and on large screen sizes and onward it's going to be order-2. So here we're gonna say listing booking sidebar, and it's not done yet, of course. So save it. Let's go to our browser here. So this is where we are right now. We have a gallery here. Let's do P. Yeah, hold on. And we have this text inside P as well. This inside P as well. This inside P too. This one too. And finally, this one as well. So if we go here, there you go. We have a gallery, then header info, listing about, and all of these components that still needs to be built. And just 1 second, if I come here, so we have grid here. Yeah, this needs to be 320 px here. Save it. Let's go here, refresh it. Let me inspect real quick. So what issue we have here? So the main looks too narrow. Why is that? Probably because of the content. Yeah. Okay, let's come down here. And in here, yeah, we don't need these spaces. We cannot actually have these spaces here. So let's get rid of those, and everything else can stay same, and save it. Let's go to the browser, and there you go. So now we have everything, this stuff on the left side and this on the right side as it is supposed to be. Awesome. All right, now basically let's get started working on the listing image gallery. Okay, so we're gonna go to our source, then components, then in here I'm gonna create a new folder called listing, and then inside that there's going to be a new file called listing-image-gallery.tsx, and it's going to be a client component. We have use memo, we have use state, and then here we have chevron left, chevron right, and save image, of course. And for that, I guess, yeah, it's fine. Save image. Now here, type is going to be listing image gallery props is equal to this type. Open that. It's going to be images, an array of strings, and alt base also a string. Now come down here, export function listing image gallery is going to take images and alt base. This needs to be inside, yeah, curly braces, and then this is gonna be listing image gallery props. Open the function here, and we have const is equal to unique images is equal to use memo. It's going to be array dot from new set images dot filter boolean. And for the second, it's going to be simply images. There you go. Then we have const active index set active index is equal to use state, which is going to be 0 initially. And then here we if unique images dot length is identical to 0, then we return null simply. Now here const active image is equal to unique images. And now in here, we're going to select math.min active index and unique images dot length -1. And in here, we are using this exclamation operator. Const can navigate is equal to unique images dot length is bigger than 1. So we are only going to enable the navigation if the images are more than 1 in the unique images array. Now let's come down here and return. Open that. We have a section. Give it some classes like overflow hidden. Then we have rounded 3XL. We have border. We have border ink 200. We have BG surface. Shadow small. And then in here, we're going to say dot relative. Open another div. Open that. And here we're going to have save image. We need, of course, some props here. So source, that's going to be active image here. Then we have alt, and that's going to be something like alt base image active index +1. And then after that here we need width, which is 1600 in this case, and height, which is 900 in this case. And then we need a class name, height of 260px, and also width of full, hold on, yeah, 260px. And then object cover, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be height dash 460px. And finally we are going to add priority to this one. Save it. Let's go here, and this time we're gonna pull display this. I'm gonna click on this one here and here, and we have it here, but of course we are missing some props here. So the props that it expects are images and alt base, right? So for that, it's going to require some components here, and there's this images and there's this alt base. So the thing is that we need a way to display all of our images, and for that we're gonna get out of this function here, this return here, go here, and we're gonna do something like const listing is equal to db listing. And if that is true, if db listing is true, then it's gonna go for an object, otherwise it's gonna go for another object. So in here we're gonna go for something like id db listing dot id. Then we have title, it's going to be db listing dot title. Then we have description, db listing dot description. Here we have location value, db listing dot location value. Then we have image src, so db listing dot image src. Then we have image gallery, db listing dot image gallery, price per night, db listing dot price per night, category, db listing dot category. Here we have guest count, db listing dot guest count. Then we have room count, and it's going to be a db listing dot room count. Here we have bathroom count, db listing dot bathroom count. Host name, db listing dot user. If that is available, then get the name of that, and if that's available, that's good. And in that case, it's gonna show verified host. Now, before we write any code for the else statement here, for in this ternary operator, I'm gonna need to write something else. So const user is equal to await get current user, and that what goes there, right? And then we're gonna need a few more things, like const is demo listing is equal to boolean demo listing seed and db listing, if that exists, dot category on that is identical to demo stay, right? Then const demo listing is equal to demo listing seed, and const host rating is equal to demo listing. If that's the case, then rating on that, and it's going to be 4.9. And finally, a couple of things. So if db listing doesn't exist and demo listing doesn't exist either, it's gonna be not found. So if demo listing is available but db listing isn't available, in that case it's going to be not found as well. So now in here, inside this, I'm gonna say id demo listing exclamation dot id. So like here, we were doing it optional that it could be null. So it's nullable. Now it's not nullable. We are telling that it exists with this exclamation mark that we're adding here. So then next, go for the title. It's going to be demo listing. I'm gonna say yes, it does exist. Then description is going to be something like a curated demo stay in demo listing which is available dot city with a modern setup ideal for short trips and long weekends. Then here we're gonna go for location value. So demo listing dot location, yeah, it's going to be city. Then in here we're gonna go for image src, and it's going to be demo listing dot image. There you go. And then next we have image gallery is going to be an array demo listing dot image. Then next we have price per night is going to be demo listing and then dot price per night. Then we have category here. So demo listing. Actually, for the category, we're gonna say demo stay. Yeah, there you go. Then we have guest count. It's going to be demo listing exclamation dot max guests. Then we have room count, and it's going to be math dot max 1 to max dot round. Sorry, not max. Math dot round here. We're gonna go for demo listing exclamation dot max guests. We're gonna divide that on 2. And then here we have host name. Actually, before that, bathroom count math dot max 1 math dot round demo listing exclamation dot max guests. We're gonna divide that on 3. And then here we have finally host name, which is going to be demo listing dot host name. There you go. And now we can come down here on the image gallery, and in here we can say listing dot image gallery dot length. If that is more than 0, then we're gonna say listing dot image gallery. Otherwise, it's going to be this array listing dot image source. So if a property has more than 1 images, then of course it's going to be image gallery. If it does not, then it's going to simply show just that one specific image. So for the alt base, we're gonna go for something like listing dot title. All right, save it. Now let's go here, and this is what we have. So we do get to see the image here, as it only has 1 image for now. We are going to have multiple images once we have our start hosting page working. So it's going to be then. So let's go here. Actually, let's go to the listing image gallery.tsx file. And now after this save image here, we're gonna say can navigate. If that is true, and it's going to be this, and if that is false, then it's just null. So in the case of true, we're going for an empty fragment, and in here we're going for button. Let's give it some classes. Absolute left 3, we have top 1/2, then minus translate by 1/2 here, rounded dash full, then we have border, then we have border dash white slash 50, and then we have vg dash black slash 40, and then we have padding of 2 here, we have text of white here, and we have backdrop dash blur here, and then we have on hover, it's going to be something like bg dash black slash 55. All right, now inside that there's going to be a chevron left. Give it some class names like height dash 4, width dash 4 as well. And now in here we're gonna need to do a few things for the button. So for the button, it's going to be type button. Then we have area label. It's going to say previous image, and then on click event here. And for that, we're gonna go for the arrow function, and that is going to be set active index, and we're gonna do target previous, an arrow function on that. We are returning directly, so previous -1, and then here plus we're going to add unique images dot length, modular plater here, and unique images dot length. And that is how we are going to get to the previous image. And after this button here, we're gonna have another button. I'm just gonna copy that here, and it's going to be our next image. So on click is going to be, this is gonna be +1 in here. Everything else can actually no. Yeah. So +1, and we can get rid of this thing from here. Yeah. So previous +1, and we're dividing that, getting the remainder of that by unique images dot length here. We're going to use the same. Here we're gonna use right-3, and then in here it's going to be chevron right, and we will not be able to see all of that yet, and the reason for that is actually probably maybe we can, but actually that is available in the database. So yeah, we're gonna need to wait to have properties with more than one images, and then we are going to see how that looks. Actually, I think maybe we can do one thing here. So I'm gonna open a new terminal here. I'm gonna go for npx Prisma Studio, and now let's go to the listing, and in here I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm gonna go here, and this is going to be something like this. Actually, no, hold on. Cancel changes. This is going to be this one, as the second image needs to be different, of course. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna add this here. So all right, now save one row. Yes, write to db, row added. I'm gonna refresh it, and just to confirm, which one is it? It is ch3. Okay, so if I go here, hold on, actually I can actually do that from here, ch3. So that's the one. Awesome. And we do get to see another image here, as that is coming from the gallery, right? So now basically we can design our gallery while we are looking at it, that how it looks. All right, so let's go here, and after this button and after this null here, actually we're gonna create a counter overlay basically. So for that, it's going to be a div. Class name is going to be absolute. Then we have bottom of 3. We have right of 3. Then we have rounded dash full bg black slash 55. Then we have px of 3. Then we have py of 1. Then we have text dash access, and we have font medium, text dash white. Open that, and now in here we're going to go for active index +1 and slash. Here we're gonna go for unique images dot length. Save it. Let's go here. So this is the overlay that we just did. So 1f2, 2f2 here, And now we need to keep moving, and so there's this div and there's this div. Come down here and we're gonna do another can navigate inside the code block, of course. If that's true, then this. If that's false, then for now we're gonna do null. Open that, and now in here we're gonna say, let's open a div, give it some class names like height dash scroll bar flex gap of 2 overflow x auto. Then we have border top, right? And then we have border ink 200 and bg surface muted and padding of 3, of course. Open that div, and now in here we're gonna say unique images dot map, and we're gonna go for image and index in this case, an arrow function, of course, direct return statement here without the without the return keyword. So here we're gonna say button, and that is going to hold some classes. First of all, let's add those. So it's going to be actually, yeah, in here, relative I-16, then in width dash 24. Come on. Yeah, width dash 24. Then we have shrink 0. Then we have overflow hidden, rounded LG. We have border. We have transition. And then we have some dynamic ones. So for the dynamic ones, we're going to use active index. Hold on. Active index. If that is equal to index, means the current image, then we're gonna go for something like border brand. Hold on. Yeah, border brand 400, and then ring 2 and ring brand 100. But if that is not the case, then we're gonna do border ink 200, and on hover it's going to be border ink 300. All right, and now after that here we're gonna see that the key for this button is going to be image, yeah, that's the image here, and here index. And then after that the type is going to be button for this, and finally on click for this one is going to be, yeah, that is going to be set active index, which is going to be index. Save it, reload the window. Yeah, you're not supposed to reload it if this is not giving you any issues. So here, right? And then there's one more thing, that is area label. And I'm gonna put something like show image space in here and index plus 1. Save it. Let's go here. So this is what the button looks like. Click on that, there's next image, but of course it is only an empty button. We still need to display the images inside this and make them look like as thumbnails, right? So let's go here, and after the button here we're gonna go for save image component. And actually, yeah, we're gonna need to come here and add the save image here. And for this one we're gonna say source, it's going to be image, alt, it's going to be something like, actually, alt base, then we're going for thumbnail, and another index plus 1. And then after that, here we have width of 240, height of 160, and class names are going to be something like height dash full and width dash full and object cover. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. You have this image here, this image here. When you click on that, it works perfectly. And with that, you have completed your image gallery component. Let's go back here. And now if we go to the page.tsx file, so the next component that we need to work on is listing header info. All right, let's get started working on the listing header info file. And for that, we're going to go to our code editor in here. And inside the listing file folder, which is inside the components folder, we're going to create a new file, and that is going to be listing-header-info.tsx. So we're going to import map pin, and we are also going to import star from Lucid React. Then let's define the type here, which is listing header info props is equal to this type, and category is going to be a string, title also string, location value is going to be string, host rating is going to be a number, and then we have host name, which is going to be a string. We have price per night, number, and listing status label is going to be a string. Now let's come down here, export function listing header info. Let's add all of those things: category, title, location value, host rating, host name, price per night, listing status label, and all of these are going to be type of listing header info props. Let's open the function, and in here let's return, create a div tag here and give it some class names like space dash y dash 4. Then we have padding of 5. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be padding of 6. Let's go inside another div, class names, flex dash wrap, items dash center, justify between, and gap of 3. Now here we're going to go for a category badge basically. So actually, let me display that here. Click on that, there, and there. And this is going to take a few arguments, of course. And actually, let's put this to comment for now. We can deal with the arguments, all of the props later. So here, let's add dot space dash y dash 2. Let's div in here, open that, and yeah, the category badge is going to be inside this. So in here, we're gonna go for a p tag class inline flex rounded dash full pg brand 50 px 3 py1 text dash 11 pixels and font dash semi bold, and then we have uppercase for this one. Tracking is going to be 0.18 em, and then we have text dash brand 700. And in here, we're going to go for category, this one, right? So after the p tag here, we're going to go for h1, give it some class names like text-2xl, font-semi-bold. Then we have tracking tight, text ink 900. We have on medium screen sizes, it's going to be text 3xl. On large, it's going to be text 4xl. Open that and it's going to be title. After the h1, we have a div tag. Give it class names like flex, flex wrap, items center, gap x4, gap y2, and then we have text access. We have text ink 600. We have on medium screen sizes text small. Open the div, have a span tag, give it some class names like inline flex, items center, gap 1.5, and then open that in here, and we have a map pin, and then give it some class names like height dash 4, width dash 4. After that, we're gonna have a location value here. After this span, have another span. Actually, let's duplicate that here. Inline flex item center gap 1.5. This is going to be changed to star, and then we're gonna use also fill current and text ink 700 for this one. And then here we're gonna go for post rating. There you go, dot to fixed 1 post rating. After that span, have another span here, and we are only gonna put listing status label there. Then you have one div and two div. After two divs, come down here, have another div. Give it some classes like hidden. That's going to be hidden on mobile, rounded to XL. Then we have border ink 200. Then we have BG surface muted. We have PX4, PY3, text right. We have text also small. Then we have font medium, text ink 900, and on medium it's going to be block. P tag there, and in here we're gonna say price per night, and then after that here we're gonna say a span tag. Margin left is going to be 1, text access. We have font normal, then we have text ink 600. All right, now in here we're gonna say slash night. There you go. And after this span, we're gonna go for, actually no, not after the span, but after the p tag. We're gonna go for another p tag, class margin top 1, text xs, text ink 500, and that is going to be hosted by host name. There you go. So all of these are done here. So now it is time for us to wire this up into our page.tsx file. So here, now it expects category. So let's come here and give it listing.category. Then it has a title. We're gonna give that to this one, listing.title. Then location value. So listing.location value. then we have host rating. That is going to be host rating simply here. Then we have host name. So listing dot host name. Then we have price per night, and this is going to be listing dot price per night. And then we have listing status label, which is going to be something like is demo. If it's a demo listing, then we're going for featured demo listing. If not, then here is something that we're going to check, which is going to be basically reservation count, which we have not created yet, and we will do that in a minute. So if that reservation count is, hold on just a second, just I'm gonna put this and I'm gonna get rid of this, something like that. Yeah, so if the reservation count is more than 0, then we're going to go for this, and otherwise we're gonna go for this, which is newly listed here. And in this case, we're gonna write here, we're gonna put 0 here. So reservation count confirmed booking, and we're gonna go for another code block here, reservation count more than 1, then we're gonna display s, otherwise it's gonna be displaying empty string. I know there's a lot of this template literals, and we're using this condition display a lot of here. So now we need to display this reservation count. We need to work on that. So for the reservation count, we're gonna go above the return statement here, and I'm gonna skip this one. Actually, let's reload window. Yeah. So I'm gonna go here, and I'm going to put something like const reservation count recent reservations, and also user active reservation is equal to await promise dot all, and in the array here we're gonna go for something like Prisma dot reservation dot count, and then in here it's going to be an object. So we're gonna go for where another object here, listing ID, where that listing ID matches. So let's put a comma here, and then we're gonna go for Prisma dot reservation dot find many. Let's open that. Where gonna go for listing ID again, and we're gonna go for order by, and it's going to be created at descending, and then take 6. Then put a comma here and go for the user. So if the user exists, then we are going for, actually let's do the something. Actually, let's put null here and put null here as well. Actually, not here. It is going to be promise dot resolve, and it's gonna be null. But this can be null. In this case, we're gonna go for something like Prisma dot reservation dot find first, and open that in here. So where, open that, listing ID, user ID is user dot ID, and also end date is GTE new date. Now put a comma here, and then order by, this is going to be start date ascending, then comma here, select, we're gonna select start date true and end date is also true, then comma here, and that should be all, and we expect it. Okay, yeah, this can be here. All right, and that's pretty much it. And now we have this reservation count that we are pulling from the database, and that is being displayed here. So all of those errors are gone now. So if we go here, we have this demo stay, as this property is coming from the seed that we put there into the database. We have this pretty nice looking title, we have pricing, we have this city, rating, and also this featured demo listing. So if we go here, select this one, for example, Hudson River, and there you go. You get to see everything, but there's this something messed up. Let me hard reload. Yeah, something is messed up. And if we go here, click on this one, yeah, something is not right. If I inspect it, there you go. If I click on this one, so we have two things here, space Y, this one, and this one. Let me take a look at the code. Let's go inside listing header info here, and this is where the issue seems to be. So in here, what we're gonna do is basically we have this flex wrap, and we're gonna do is that is for the mobile, and we're gonna put on MD. This is gonna be flex wrap, no wrap actually. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. Everything is on one line. So if I go here, open this one, there you go. Open this one, there you go. We have images for each, and we have the header is ready. Now let's work on the listing about. Let's go to our code editor in here, and okay, this file is done, and this file is done as well. Yeah, let's close this one too. Also this one, also this one, and also this one. All right, now we're gonna create a new file inside the listing folder inside components, and that is going to be listing-about.tsx. So we're gonna import bot, we're gonna import bed double, we're gonna import users, and now let's define the type listing about probes. This is gonna be description, which is gonna be string, guest count, number, room count, number, bathroom count, number, host name, string, host, rating, number. Now come down here, export function listing about. This is going to take description, guest count, room count, bathroom count, host name, host rating. And this is going to be a type of listing about props. Let's open the function. And now in here, let's have a return. And inside that, we're gonna have a section. Give it some classes like rounded 3xl. Then we have border. Hold on. Yeah, simple border. Then we have border ink 200. BG surface. Then we have padding of 5. Shadow small. And then we have on medium screen sizes, the padding is going to be 6. Yeah, there you go. And let's open that. Here we have a h2. Give it some class names like text lg, font semi bold. Then we have text ink 900. And then we have on medium screen sizes, it's going to be text dash xl. So this is going to say about this stay. Then here we have a p tag. Give it a class name of margin top of 3, leading relaxed, text ink 700, and this is going to say description. All right, save it, and now we're gonna come here, and this needs to be imported, and then also we need to make sure that we are giving it everything like description. So for the description, we're gonna go for listing dot description. Then we have guest count. So listing dot guest count. Then we have room count, and that is going to be listing dot room count. Then we have bathroom count. So listing dot bathroom count. We have host name. So that's going to be listing dot host name, and then we have host rating. So host rating. So all of it. Now if we go here, this is what we have so far, and we're going to need to add more things to this. So let's go to our listing dash about. So after this p tag here, we're going to have a div. Give it a class name of margin top 5. Flex wrap, gap of 2.5. Open that div, have a span tag here, give it a class name of inline dash flex, items dash center, gap 1.5, rounded dash full, bg ink 100, px 3, py 1.5, text xs, text ink 700. Then we have on medium, it's gonna be text small. Open the span, and here we're gonna have users, class name, height dash 4, width dash 4. After the users, here we have guest count, guest, and here we're gonna say guest count. Hold on, guest count, that is equal to 1. We're gonna say empty, otherwise it's just gonna be an s. So let's go here. We have 5 guests here, right? And here we have this span. Let's duplicate that span here. This is going to be changed to bed double, and then this from guest count gonna need to change to room count and room count. Save it. There you go. We have 3 guests. Sorry, this needs to be changed to room. And then again, let's copy that, paste it here, and this is gonna change to bath. So bathroom count, bath and bathroom count. Save it. Let's go here. And here we have 5 guests, 3 room, and 2 baths. Fantastic. Now let's go back here. So after this span and then this div, before this closing section, we're going to have another div. Give it a class name of margin top 6, grid, gap of 4, border top. Then we have border ink to 100, padding top 4, text small, text ink 700. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be grid calls 2. Open that. Div. Class name is going to be space dash y dash 1.5. Open that. We have a p. We have a p tag here. Give it class name like text dash access. Font semi bold. Uppercase. Then we have tracking, and that's going to be custom value 0.16 em. Then we have text ink 500, and it's going to simply say just host. Save it. Let's go here, and this is the host here, and now we're going to add in a few more information. So after this p tag, let's have another p tag. Give it a class name of text sm, font medium, text ink 900, and in here we're gonna say host name. After this p tag, let's have another class name is going to be text dash xs. Then we have text ink 500, and then in here we're gonna say hosted by host name, currently rated, host rating dot to fixed 1. But you're just gonna, let's say if we had like 4.8859, something like that, so it's gonna make that like 4.9, just like that. It's gonna get rid of all of the extra decimals and it's gonna compress it into 1. And by guests, save it. Let's go here, and there you go. Host is Emma, and this is the text. Wonderful. Now after this div tag here, we're gonna have another. Actually, I'm gonna duplicate this here, and there I am going to say booking details. It's just gonna have 2 p tags, so I'm gonna get rid of this from here. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this here, and then in this area I'm gonna say something like free cancellation up to 7 days before check-in. Policies shown here, and hold on, policies shown here are sample copy. So it's rendering, and there you go. And I think I need to add something to this one. Hold on. So I think what we can do is we can go for still on this one. Yeah, on this one. If I go for margin bottom 2, let's go here. Hold on, sorry, it needs margin top. Save it. Let's go here, and yeah, this looks much better. Margin bottom dash 3. Yeah, much better. Actually, wait, let me get back here. So yeah, let me inspect Yeah, they both are fantastically aligned. Yeah. Yeah, there's no need to add the margin bottom. It looks good. So with that, we are done with this about component as well. And now it's time to move on to the next one, which is listing booked ranges. So I'm going to go to a listing folder here. I'm going to create a new file, and that is going to be called listing dash booked dash ranges.tsx. So in here, we're going to import calendar days. Yeah, maybe I messed up with the spelling. There you go. Actually, no. I need to get that from Lucid React. Yeah. And now in here, let's define the type. Type is going to be listing booked ranges. Props is equal to this type. So in here, we're going to go for booked ranges. That's going to be an array. And inside that, it's going to be start date, which is going to be a type of date, and end date, which is also going to be a type of date. So after that, here, export function listing booked ranges. Inside that, we're going to have booked ranges. Yeah, something like that. And this is going to be listing booked ranges props. Let's open that. And in here, there's one thing actually. If booked ranges dot length is identical to 0, then we're just simply returning null. Otherwise, return section, give it a class name, not a few, rounded 3xl. Then we have border, then we have border inc 200. We have bg dash gradient dash 2 dash br from surface via surface, right? And then to inc 50 and putting the opacity of 70 there, and then padding of 4, and then shadow small, and then we have finally on medium screen size it's going to be padding of 5. Let's come inside, have a div, give it something like flex wrap, items center, justify between, gap of 3, border bottom, border inc 200, padding bottom 3. Open that, have another div, give it some class names like inline flex, items center, gap of 2. Go inside, have a span tag, give it some class names like inline flex. There you go. Then you have a height of 8, you have a width of 8. Then you have items of center, justify center, rounded dash full. There you go. And then you have bg brand 50 and text brand 600. In this span, we're gonna say something like, let's actually open that first, calendar day icon. And in here, we're gonna say class name. That's going to be height of 4 and width of 4. After the span, let's have an h2 tag here, class name of text dash small, font dash semi bold, and text dash inc 900. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be text dash base. And in here, it's going to be recent reservations. And now it's time to bring this to the page. So list this one. There you go. Import it. And there is something that we need to create first in order to give it that basically booked ranges. So here basically we're gonna need to add booked ranges, but that booked ranges we need to create, and most of its part is already done basically. So if you come here, you have this recent reservations, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say const booked ranges is equal to recent reservations dot map reservation, and on that, hold on, sorry, on that we're gonna go inside in here and we're gonna say start date. Hold on, yeah, start date is going to be reservation dot start date, and end date is going to be reservation dot end date, and that's just it. So that's what we have added here. Now if we go here, yeah, there is nothing here, and the reason is because basically, let me show you what do I mean by that. So let's say there was this user that he landed on this page and he already booked this reservation for some of the dates. Now to the new users, this is going to show that these are the current existing bookings that we already have, and that's going to give the idea to the user that he might want to pick some other dates for the booking. So that is going to go show up there, but only when we have this date booked by a user, which we cannot book right now as we do not have the booking functionality enabled. Make sense, right? So let's keep on building. Let's go to our listing booked ranges here. We have this h2 and then we have this div closing. Let's get out of that div. And after that, here we're going to create a p tag, give it a class name of rounded dash full. And then we have bg inc 100 px 2.5 py1 text dash 11 pixels. And then we have font medium text inc 600, and open that p tag, and in here we're gonna say booked ranges dot length recent booking, and then in here we're gonna say booked ranges dot length. If that is more than 1, we're gonna add s, otherwise it's just gonna be an empty string. After this p tag, we have this div tag, get out of that, and before the section, create another div. Give it a class name of margin top dash 3, then flex wrap, and then gap of 2 here, and text dash xs, and finally text inc 700 there. Let's go inside of that div. Now in here, I'm going to open a code block, and inside that, let's say booked ranges dot map, and then in here I'm gonna say something like range and also index. Let's go for that. And now in here we're gonna say we have a span. It's gonna have some class names like inline dash flex. We have items dash center, gap of 1. We have rounded dash full. We have border inc 200, bg dash surface. Then we have px of 3, py 1.5, font dash medium, and shadow of small. Right, let's come inside that And here we have range dot start date dot to local date string, and in here I'm gonna just add a simple space, nothing fancy here. Then we have range dot end date dot to local date string, and that's it. And now to this span we're gonna add a key here, and that key is going to be range dot start date dot to ISO string, and then in here this dash and IDX, the index of that. That's just it. Now if we go here, of course we are not going to see anything as this one has nothing. Okay, so for the reservation, I have this idea that we can actually go there and manually put something just to showcase something in here. So let's say I'm gonna go to here in the reservation. I'm gonna go for the insert row. The ID can be something, anything. I'm gonna just put something in here. It can be default value. Then this can be changed to, let's say, 2026, and then this is gonna be May, and end date is gonna be 28, for example, and everything else can stay the same. The listing ID in this case, it is MI-3, so I'm gonna put that there, MI-3. There you go. Start date is going to be 2026 May, let's say today, which is 23. There you go. Total price, okay, so let's say its price is 285. So 285 multiplied by 4, that's 1140. So 1140 multiplied by 0.08, that's the fee. So I'm gonna add, on top of that I'm gonna add 1140, that's 1231. So 1231.20 cents. So 1230.20 cents, right? And then the user ID in this case, what's my user ID? Well, there are a lot of these, and I guess, yeah, this is the one. So my ID is here. So I'm gonna copy this, come here, put my user ID here, and save one row. Yes, write to DB. Insert operation field Y, console. Why is that? Okay. This could be the problem, I guess. Public reservation, total price, ID, end date, start date, listing ID, user ID. Actually, let me grab an ID. So I'm gonna put the ID here, and let's say I'm picking up this value here. So we have end date here. It's just an Z at the end. And then we have start date here. There you go. And I think this needs to be a number, 1230. We cannot add that. So save, write to DB, and yes, it did. So most probably the issue was basically this. Actually, I'm curious. Let's insert row 1 empty. I'm just gonna add this simple thing. Let it default. Here I'm gonna go for 2026 May, and that's going to be from 24. Then listing ID goes for MI-3, still for the same, and this one changes to 2026 from Jan to May, and it's gonna be start date. Yeah, start date is gonna be 23, and this end date can be 27. Yeah, actually, let's change the start date from 23 to 25. So it's 25 to 27. Then we have a total price. Let's add what is the price of that? That's 285. Okay, so we have 25, 26, and 27, 3 nights. 285 multiplied by 3, we have 855. Hold on, plus 0.08. Yeah, sorry, multiply by that, and plus how much did it came? 855. Okay, plus 855. That's 923. Let's put that 923 there, and the user ID in this case is going to be the same. So let's see if this works. So the only thing that here it needed to be number, not float. So let's see if this works. Yes, write to DB, and it worked. So this was the issue. Basically, you cannot write a decimal in here. So now when we have two entries here, let's go here, and I'm gonna refresh, and there you go. We have recent reservations, we have two recent bookings, and they are both showing the dates 5/25 to 5/27 and 5/5 to 5/9. Amazing, amazing. All right, let's get started working on the listing map component here. So I'm gonna close this one. So inside the components listing, I'm gonna create a new file, and it's going to be listing-map.tsx. So in here, let's create a type first. Listing map prop is equal to this type, where we have a location value, and that's going to be a string. Export function listing map, and in here location value, and it's going to be a listing map prop. Let's open the function here. Return section. Give it some class names like overflow dash hidden, rounded dash 3xl, border ink 200, bg dash gradient dash 2 dash br, from ink 50 via surface to ink 50, padding 4, shadow small, and on medium screen sizes the padding is going to be 6. Open it. Div class here, flex dash call gap of 4 here. On medium screen sizes it's going to be flex row. Also on medium it's going to be items dash center, and on medium it's going to be justify between. Open that. Here we have a div. Class is going to be max width md, also space y2. Open it. We have h2. Class name is going to be text-lg, font semi-bold, text ink 900. On medium screen sizes it's going to be text XL, and it's gonna say where you'll be. After the h2 we have a p tag. Give it some class names, text sm and text ink 600, and in here we're gonna say location value dot the map pin is approximate and shown for the trip planning. Save it. Now in here, I'm gonna show that import, and we're gonna say location value. So this is going to be listing dot location value. Save it. Let's go to our browser here. So where you will be, and there you go, Miami, United States, and this is exactly what we have written so far. Let's go back here. We have this div and another div. So after that, before the section, we're gonna have a div here. Class margin top is going to be 4. Overflow is going to be hidden, rounded to XL. And then here it's going to be border and border ink 200. Open that, and now in here we have an iframe. So iframe is going to have a title. The title is going to be map for location value. Then we have source. The source is going to be something like https www.google.com/maps question mark hl is equal to en ampersand q is equal to, and now in here we're gonna say encode URI component. Open that. Now inside that we're gonna say location value, and now to that, now in here after that we are gonna say ampersand z is equal to, that's zoom 14 by default, and output is equal to embed. Then after that, we don't need this frame border. We're gonna have loading, which is going to be lazy in this case. Then refer policy is going to be something like no dash refer dash when downgrade. Then we have class name, and the class name is going to be height dash 72. We have width dash full. Border is going to be 0, and on medium screen sizes and onward is going to be height of 80. All right, save it. Let's go to our browser here, and there you go, we have the map here. I feel like the zoom can be 16 and it will look much better. Yeah, there you go. So that's Miami, Florida, USA. So if we go here, let's say this one, and there you go. This is New York, New York, New York, USA. That's fantastic. And with that, we are done with the map component as well. All right, now here we have a very crucial component that we are going to build, and that is this listing booking sidebar. It is very important, and it's going to take a few components mixed together to build, and let's get started on it. So let's close this one and let's start building this component here. So for that, we're gonna go to the listing. Again, I'm gonna create this file called listing dash booking dash sidebar dot tsx. And now in here, I'm gonna import calendar check 2 from Lucid React, and I'm gonna go for the type listing booking sidebar props is equal to this type. And for this one, we're going to go for listing ID is going to be a string. price per night is going to be in number. There you go. Then we have host name is going to be string. Reservation count is also going to be in number. Then we have user active reservation. It's an optional and it's an object. So start date is going to be a type of date. And then we have end date is also going to be a date. Yeah. And then after that, so either this user reservation is going to be an object or either it will be a null. And then after that we have max guests, that's number. Then we have is logged in, that's a boolean. Then we have a booking status, which is optional, and it's going to be either success or error or just null. Then we have booking message, and this is going to be a string or null. Then we have initial check-in, that is going to be a string. Then initial check out, string again. Then we have initial adults, string. Initial children, string again. And initial infants, string again. And then unavailable ranges is going to be an array. And here it's going to be start date, date, and date here. So now let's write the function. So export function listing booking sidebar. It's going to take all of those components, props. So listing ID. Then we have price per night, host name, reservation count, user active reservation, max guests is logged in, booking status, booking message. Then we have initial check-in, initial check-out, initial adults, initial children, initial infants, and finally unavailable ranges. And that's going to be a type of listing booking sidebar props, and open that. Now in here there's going to be a return. Open that. We have a site here. Give it a class name of space-y-4. We have on large screen sizes it's going to be sticky, and on large screen sizes it's going to be top 20, and on large it's going to be self start. Open that. We have a section in here. I'm gonna give it a class name of rounded-3xl. Then we have border. Then we have border ink 200, bg surface. Then we have padding of 5. We have shadow large, shadow ink 900 with the opacity of just 5. Let's go inside. And now in here we have a div. Class name, flex, items, baseline, justify, between. Go for it. P tag here, class text dash to XL. There you go. Then you have font dash semi bold, and you have text ink 900. Now in there, we're gonna say price per night, right? And it's going to be a span tag right within the p tag. So I'm gonna bring it down here, and then there's going to be a span tag with some classes like margin left 1, text small, font medium, text ink 600. This span tag is going to say night. And now I think it is a good time to showcase this in here. So I'm going to get rid of this thing here and click on the import here. And of course, it is going to take a lot of props. So before I provide all of the props here, there is something that we need to write, and that is going to be after this booked ranges. So here, const booking status is equal to query dot booking. So if that is successful, or query dot booking is equal to error, in that case we're going to say query dot booking, otherwise it's going to be null, right? Then const booking message is equal to query dot message. If that exists, it's okay, otherwise it's just null. Then we have const initial check in is equal to query dot check in, and there you go. Then you have const initial check out is equal to query dot check out. Then you have const initial adults is equal to query dot adults. Const initial children is equal to query dot children. Const initial infants is equal to query dot infants. And now basically we can add all of the props here. So we're gonna go for listing ID, and it's going to be listing ID. Simple, as we already have that. Then price per night is going to be listing, listing dot price per night, and this needs to be listing dot ID here. And then we have host name, which is going to be listing dot host name. Then we have reservation count, and that is going to be reservation count. Then we have user active reservation, and these are the things that we just created here, right? And then here we have max guests, so listing dot guest count. Then we have is logged in is going to be something like boolean, and we go for the user here. Then we have booking status, and we're going to go for booking status, the variables that we just created here. Booking message, booking message. Then you have unavailable ranges, and that's going to be booked ranges. Then you have initial check-in, initial check-in, initial check-out, initial check-out. There you go. Then you have initial adults, initial adults. Then you have initial children, initial children. Here you have initial infants, initial infants. And with that, we are done. Now let's go to here, and this is what we have so far. We have the price per night, as that is exactly what we are just showing here. And now in here, after this p tag, we're gonna have another p tag, and initially it's going to be hidden. Text-access, text-inc 500. On medium and onward devices, it's going to be blocked. That's just hidden on the phone screens. So in here, we're gonna say if reservation count is more than 0, then we are showing this. Otherwise, we're just saying no bookings yet. So in here, we need to display reservation count, booking, and then in here again, reservation count. If that is more than 1, we are showing the S. Otherwise, we are not. Let's save it. Let's go here, and no bookings yet. And if we go to, let's say I'm gonna go back, and if we go to this one, we have 2 reservations here. So yeah, we have 2 bookings here. So that's exactly what we're doing here. So after this p tag, we have this ending div. We're gonna get out of that. We're gonna stay inside the section, open the code block, user active reservation. If that is the case, then we're gonna showcase this. Otherwise, for now, let's say null. Open that. Now in here, create a div class, margin top -3, rounded -2xl, border emerald 200, bg-gradient -2-r. Then we have from emerald, it's going to be 50, to -emerald, it's going to be 100/70. Then we have padding of 3. We have shadow of small. Then we have shadow emerald 900/50. Now inside this div, we have another div, class name, flex items center, gap 2.5. Let's have a span tag inside this class name, inline dash flex, height of 7, width of 7. Hold on. Yeah, width of 7. Then we have shrink 0, items center, justify center, rounded dash full, and bg emerald 600, and then text dash white. Open that span, and in here we're gonna say calendar check 2. Class name is going to be height dash 4 and width dash 4. Let's save it. Go here, And this is what we have, and we are only seeing this because this user has the active reservation here. If we have, let's say we're going to open this in the new tab here, and we're going to open this one. So there is no UI for that part. That is only on this one because this user that I'm logged in has two bookings, or either if just has one booking for this reservation for this property. So that's why. All right, now here, after the span here, we're gonna go for a div here, and I'm gonna create a p tag inside. Class name is going to be text-access, font semi-bold, uppercase, tracking normal. Let's change that to custom, and that is going to be 0.12 em. Then we have text emerald 800 here, and in here I'm gonna say you are booked. Save it. Let's go here. There you go, you are booked. Then after that p tag, let's have another p tag. Give it some class names like margin top 1, text dash small, font medium, text emerald 900. And in here we're gonna say you have a reservation for this stay. And then after this p tag, we have another p. We're gonna give some classes to that as well, like margin top dash 1, text xs, and text emerald 800. Now in here we're gonna say user active reservation dot start date dot to local date string, and in here we're just adding that dash, and we are just giving it a space. Then let's add another one, user active reservation dot end date dot to local date string, and there you go. Let's go here. It's rendering, and there you go. You have a reservation for this day, starting date, the end date, and we can move on. So after this null here, we're gonna add a p tag here, margin top 1, text dash access, text dash ink 500. On medium screen size, it's going to be hidden. So it says hosted by host name. There you go. Then after this p tag, we have a div tag here, and I'm gonna give it a class name of margin top dash 4. And this is going to contain the most important part of this sidebar, which is going to be listing reservation form, which we have not created yet. So listing reservation form, there you go. And then after that div, this section ends here, and we're gonna have another div here. So I'm gonna say class name is going to be fixed, inset x 0, bottom 0, z30, border dash top. Then we have border ink 200. We have bg dash surface slash 95. We have px of 4, py of 3. Then we have shadow dash some custom value, and that is going to be 0 underscore minus 8 px underscore 24 px underscore minus 18 px underscore rgba, and in here we're gonna say 15, 23, 42, and 0.35, and there should be no spaces. Yeah, just like that. And then after that here we're gonna say backdrop blur, Simply on medium screen sizes, the px is going to be 6, and on large screen sizes, it's going to be hidden. Now inside this div, we need another div that's going to have some classes like mx auto, flex, width full, max width 7xl. We have items center, we have justify between, we have gap of 3. Let's go inside, and we have a p tag here. I'm going to give it some classes like text-sm, text inc 700, and for this p tag we're going to have a few span tags in this one. So class name is going to be text-base, font-semi bold, and text-inc 900, and this span tag is going to showcase price per night. And we have another span, and this is going to say class name margin left 1 slash night. Save it. Let's go here. So listing reservation form is here. I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to change its size to mobile view. There you go. If I get rid of this one, it's fixed bottom 0. So this is what we get on the mobile screen. If I go above, that's gone, and this is what we have on the mobile screen. So for that, let's keep building. So after this p tag, I'm going to have an a tag here, and I'm going to say href is going to be hashtag booking dash panel dash listing id, and in here I'm gonna say list is logged in. Then I'm gonna say book this stay. If not, then I'm gonna say sign in to book. And of course this is going to have more things like class name, and those are going to be inline flex. There you go. Rounded XL, BG brand 600. Actually, let's go for 500 here. PX4, PY2, text small, font semi bold, text white, transition, and on hover it's going to be BG brand 600. Let's go take a look here. So this is what we have. We have this button. So now if we click on this one, that basically, hold on. Yeah, booking panel MI-3. So when you click on this one, this is supposed to take you to the booking form on the current page. And for that, we are going to, okay, on this section here, and I'm gonna go for something like ID, booking panel listing ID. Save it. Let's go here. I'm gonna scroll down all the way to the bottom. Click on this one, and there you go. It takes you to the reservation form. Fantastic. I'm gonna maximize it like this, and now we get started working on the listing reservation form. All right, let's get started working on the listing reservation form, and for that we're gonna go to listing, and in here we're gonna create a new file, and it's going to be called listing reservation form.tsx. Yeah. Now in here, it's going to be a client component. we're gonna get use memo. We're gonna import that. We also are going to import use state. Then we're gonna get format from date fns, right? And then we also are gonna get is valid from date fns, also sub days from date fns, right? Then we get link from next link. We also need use form status from React DOM. Then we also need type date range from React Day Picker. And we need date range picker from the date range picker, the component that we created. And then we also need max underscore infants, also need min underscore adults, also need processing underscore fee rate, right? And then here finally we need to validate from there as well. So now in here we're gonna go for the type. So the type is listing reservation form props is equal to here, and listing ID is going to be string. Price per night is going to be number. Then we have max guests is going to be in number as well. We have is logged in. It's a boolean. Booking status is going to be an optional, and that's going to be either success or error or null. Then we have booking message, and then we have either that's going to be string or null. Then we have initial check in optional string, initial check out string, initial adults string, initial children is also string, initial infants string. And then here we have unavailable ranges, and there you go for array. Open that, and in here we have start date, and end date, and after that actually we're gonna need can book boolean, and then we have blocked message string. Now we're gonna create a small function here. Basically function clamp is gonna take a value which is going to be in number, and min which is also going to be a number, and a max which is also going to be a number. Open that app and return math dot min max math dot max, and in here min and value. Simple. Now export function listing reservation form. Now in here we're gonna go for listing ID, then we have price per night, we have max guests is logged in, booking status, default to null, booking message, default to null, initial check in, initial check out, initial adults, initial children, initial infants, unavailable ranges is equal to an empty array by default, can book is equal to true by default, and blocked message is equal to this listing is not currently bookable. And then the type for this is going to be listing reservation form prop types, and open that up. And it seems like we have some issue here. So listing ID goes there. Then we have price per night, and this N should be capital. Yeah, price per night goes there, and everything else is good. And now here is one thing that we're gonna do. If you remember on the page, yeah, here in the sidebar, we added this ID to this. We're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna create that here. So const form anchor ID is equal to booking dash panel dash listing ID, and there you go. Then you have const range set range is equal to use state, and now in here we're gonna say date range, or it's going to be undefined. And then inside here we are going for an arrow function. Open that, and in here we're gonna say const form is equal to validate initial check in const to, sorry, this needs to be from, to is equal to validate initial check out, and then if from is not true and to is also not true, then return undefined. Otherwise, return simply an array, an object with the from and to values. Simple. Now let's come down here in const. We have adults, and set adults is equal to use state. Let's go for the arrow function here once again. Const parsed is equal to number initial adults minimum adults. So if that's available, that's good. Otherwise, it's just that. Then in here, we're going to go for const safe is equal to number dot is finite parsed. And then if that's available, then we're showing the parsed. Otherwise, we're just going for minimum adults. There you go. And then here, finally, we are return the function that we created earlier, clamp, safe, minimum adults, and max guests here. All right, let's get down here. And now we're gonna just do exactly the same for, let me actually copy that here. Now we go for children, set children. This is going to be initial children, and in this case it's going to be 0. here 0 as well. If that's good, that's good. Otherwise, just 0. And in here, we're going to use 0 here, safe, 0. And on this max guests, we're going to go for something like math dot max 0 to max guests minus adults, right? Now I'm going to copy this, get back here. So it's infants, set infants. And now this is going to be something like initial infants that are 0. So safe that are 0 here. That's good. For the then we have safe here, then 0 here, and then here we're gonna get rid of this thing, and we're gonna go for something like math dot min. We're going for max infants here as an initial value, then math dot max in here, then 0 max guests minus adults minus children. And there you go. Now we have the next state, that is const is calendar open and set is calendar open is equal to use state, which is going to be false by default. Then here we have const start date is equal to range. If that is available, then from. So if that's available, then we're going to use the format. And then in here, we're going to say range dot from yy dash dash dd. If that's not, then it's just an empty string. And we're going to do the exactly same for the end date. So end date here, instead of from, it goes to, and everything else can stay the same. Now in here, we're going to go for const disabled ranges is equal to use memo arrow function. Actually, no need for this here. We're going to go for unavailable ranges dot map, and then it's going to be range, let's say range item. And then it's an arrow function here once again. Open that, and then inside here we're going to say something like from range item dot start date. Then we have to range item dot end date. Actually, yeah, for the two, we're gonna go for sub days and range item dot end date. And for the second argument, we're gonna put 1 in here. And now after that, so we have this one curly brace, and then we have this one. So after the end of map, once we have the value from the map, then what we do is we use the filter on that, and we go for something like range item again. Basically, we are naming these variables here, and then on that is valid range item dot from and is valid range item dot to and range item dot to is greater than or equal to range item dot from. That's going to return true or false. And that is it basically. And now for the second argument, for the use memo, we're going to need to put something like unavailable ranges. And with that, we are done with this use memo function. And now in here, after that, we're going to need to write basically the billable nights. And for that, const nights is equal to use memo. Once again, open the arrow function in here and open the curly braces. Now inside that, if range dot from doesn't exist, or range dot to doesn't exist, it's gonna return a 0 simply. But if that's not the case, then it's gonna get the difference by running range, hold on, range dot to dot get time. There you go. Minus range dot from dot get time. Simple. And then in here, const total nights is equal to math dot sale. And in here, we're gonna go for the difference, then divided by, in here, we're gonna go for 1,000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 once again, and then multiplied by 24. Close that. Now in here, we're going to go for return total nights. If that is more than 0, then in that case, it's going to be total nights, whatever that is. And then, if that's not the case, then it's going to be 0 simply. And for the second parameter to the use memo, we're going to use range. All right. Const subtotal is equal to nights multiplied by price per night. And then const processing fee is equal to math dot round. And in here, we're going to go for subtotal multiplied by processing fee rate, right? And then in here, we're going to go for const total is equal to subtotal plus processing fee. There you go. And now in here, we are basically doing an early return for when listing is not bookable, like for the host preview or draft or something like that. And we will be able to test that host preview once we have something in the hosting, and that page we have not created yet. So we will get there. But it's just some simple code. So let's write that real quick. If can book is not true, only then we simply return it div class name and also with an ID of something like form anchor ID, and the class names are going to be rounded to XL. There you go. And you have a border and border ink to 100. Then you have bg-surface, you have padding of 5. And then in here you go inside, have a p tag, give it some class names like text-sm. There you have text ink 700. And then you provide that blocked message there. If you're going to customize that on the booking page sidebar, that's good. Otherwise, you already have a default blocked message here. So after that, we have something another, like there is another early return when guest user try to book, right? So for that, if is logged in, if that's not the case, then we simply say return, and in the return we are going to say div class name is going to be, actually before the class, let's put the ID here. The ID is going to be the same, form anchor ID, and class names are going to be rounded to XL. We have border, ink 200, we have BG surface, and you have padding of 5. Open that. You have a p tag. Give it some classes like text-sm and text ink 700. So that p tag, we're gonna have something like sign into continue and reserve this stay. And I should be able to show you that in a minute. So here, after the p tag, let's have the link here. And that link is going to say sign into continue. And in here, we're going to say the href for that is going to be open another code block in here. And path name is going to be something like login. And query is going to be something like callback. Come on. Callback URL is going to be login callback URL, and this is something that we need to create, and we're going to create that just in a minute. But before that, I would like to add class names to our link, and that is going to be margin top 3, then inline dash flex, then rounded dash XL, and we have BG brand 500. We have px4, py2, text dash small, font dash semi bold, text dash white, and then we have transition, and on hover it's going to be bg brand 600. There you go. And now we need to create this login callback URL. Okay, so for this we're gonna move up, and I'm gonna go to, where do we have, yeah, there you go. So in here, after that, I'm gonna go for the const login callback URL is equal to use memo, and we are running the arrow function here once again. And for as the second argument, we are gonna use adults, children, and date, infants, listing ID, and start date. All of these are going inside the array of second argument for this use memo. And now in here, we're going to write the code. The code is going to be const params is equal to new URL search params. There you go. If start date is there, then params dot set check in is going to be start date, and similarly, if end date is there, it's going to be check out end date there. Then we have something like params dot set adults string adults params dot set children. For the second argument is going to be a string children. Params dot set infants, come on, infants string infants. Then you go for something like const query string is equal to params dot to string, and then we're gonna return slash listings slash, and then in here we're gonna go for listing ID. There you go. Then query string. If that is there, then we also are gonna go add this. If that's not, then it's just a simple string. And in here, in case of true, we're gonna add question mark and then another code block, which is going to be query string. And that just it, basically. So basically, the role of login back URL here is basically that when you're logged out and you want your users to use the form, let's say there's somebody who's a guest user, and since guest users cannot book their form, they will see this button, which you will see in a minute, that they are required to be logged. Actually, you can see that when you're logged out, I guess. We already have done that. So yeah, I guess because we haven't put the form back to the booking sidebar. That's why. Anyway, that's, yeah, that can be closed. So once when somebody is logged out, when somebody is a guest user and he sees this button that continue to log in, and he logs in, let's say there's hundreds of listings, and he get to find one, and then he goes to the page and he get to see that, oh, he cannot book because he's logged in. So he is supposed to create an account or log in. And when he is logged in, if we did not have this functionality here, he would simply go back to the home page and supposed to find that same property once again and waste all that time. Well, that's not good user experience. And for that reason, we have this login callback URL. So when somebody has already found a property, a listing, and he is not logged in, he got to create an account. So whatever property he was in before creating the account, once he has created that account and he is logged in, he is gonna be redirected back to that property again, and that's gonna save him a lot of time, and that's the best user experience we can implement for this redirection. And that's exactly what we're doing here. So here, yeah, that's there. And now basically I would like to add this. So in here we have this form. Let's display that. There you go. And you have all of these to add. So for that, I'm going to go for listing ID. Listing ID. We have price per night. That's going to be price per night, as we already have all of those values. Max guests is going to be max guests. There you go. Is logged in. And for that is logged in. We already have that in here. Then we have booking status. Booking status. Booking message. Booking message. There you go. And you have initial check in, initial check in, initial check out, initial check out, initial adults here, initial children, initial children. Then you have initial infants and initial infants. There you go. And then after that, you have unavailable range, unavailable ranges. And here you have unavailable ranges as well. I'm going to save it. Let's go here. We cannot see anything yet. But now if we go to the incognito window where we are not logged in, we get to see this, because if we go to this component here, we only are returning early when the user is not logged in, right? So this is what we have here. And now we can basically go to, let's say, actually, let's test this out. So I'm gonna go to sign in to continue. And in here, I'm gonna, let's say, actually, you get to see that here in here. So listings, mi3, everything is there already, and you already have everything. So yeah, let's go. I'm gonna close this one here and get back here. So after this is logged in, if that's not the case, we're gonna need a few more things here. For example, const is going to be, let's say, total guests is equal to adults plus children plus infants. Then you have const at guest capacity. Total guests, sorry, total guests greater than or equal to max guests. So that's going to return true or false. Then you have const max children allowed is equal to math.max from 0 to max guests minus adults minus infants. Then you have const max infants actually by capacity is equal to math.max 0 max guests minus adults minus children. And now here finally we can go for return and we can start building our form. So the action is very important. For that, we're going to need to create a server action, but which we will do later. So I'm going to get rid of this from here for now. I'm going to add ID, which is form anchor ID. There you go. Then you have some class names, space dash y dash 4. You have rounded to XL. We have border, then you have border ink 200, and then you have BG surface, then you have padding of 5. Open that form, and in here we're going to do a few things. So first of all, we're going to check if booking status is equal to success. Then we are doing this, otherwise let's say null for now. Let's go inside here, create a p tag, give it some classes like rounded dash XL. Then we have border. We have border emerald 200. Hold on. Border emerald 200. Yeah, there you go. This one. Then you have BG dash emerald. It's going to be 50. Then PX3. Then PY2. Then text dash small. And then you have font dash medium, and then you have text dash emerald is going to be 700 in here, and the P is going to say here booking confirmed. You can manage it from your bookings page. So this message basically goes there when somebody is doing something, when somebody has filled in the form and he has submitted the form and he wants to reserve that listing, so then he get to see that message here. All right, now in here we're gonna say if booking status is going to be equal to error, then this, otherwise null. And in here we're gonna say p. Actually, before that, we're gonna need to add area live here, which is going to be polite in this case. Yeah. And now in here, we're gonna add area live, which is going to be assertive, and also add some class names. Rounded dash XL, border, border red 200, border red 200. There you go. Then in BG red 50, you have px of 3, you have py of 2, text small, font medium, text red is going to be 700. There you go. Open that p tag, and now inside that you're gonna have something like booking message. If that is, then good. Otherwise it's simply just gonna say unable to complete reservation, please try again. And now you can get out of this tag here. And now here we need the fields. So for that, there's input type hidden. Name is going to be listing ID. Value is going to be listing ID. I'm going to duplicate it a few times. This one changes to start date here as well, and date, and the date here too. This one changes to adults, and adults here as well. Children, infants, sorry, this one. And we can get rid of the last one. So there you go. Now here we have a button. So the type of this button is going to be button, and class names are going to be something like width dash full space y3 rounded dash 2xl border ink 200 padding of 3 text dash left transition, and on hover it's going to be something like border ink 300. On hover again it's gonna be bg ink 50, and then on focus visible it's going to be outline dash none. Then on focus visible it's going to be ring 2. There you go. And on focus visible it's going to be ring brand 300. And we also need an on click function here, and an arrow function here which is going to set is calendar open to true. Save it, reload the window here, and inside the button, actually before we go to the button, there's going to be area label open date picker panel. Now let's open the button here, and inside there we're gonna have a div. Class name is going to be flex items dash center justify between and gap of 3. Let's actually see what do we have so far here, and we have actually yet nothing to see in here, and everything is going to be changed just about now. Open that div, have another div, p tag, class name is going to be text dash 11 pixels, then font semi bold, uppercase, tracking, and change that to something like 0.22 em, actually 0.2 em, yeah, and text ink 500, and we're gonna say something like check in. I'm gonna copy that p tag, actually not yet, create another p tag here. I'm gonna say class names as margin top dash 1 in here, and text dash sm, font semi bold, and text ink 900. And now in this p tag, we're gonna say range dot to. If that exists, for that basically we're gonna say format range dot to mmmd comma y. And in here we're gonna say add date. Simple. And now let's go here and see, yes, we have this check in add date, which does nothing for now. It will start doing everything. Just bear with me. So after this div here, we're gonna create another div, give it a class name of height dash 8, width dash px, and bg dash ink 200. Now open that div. In here we're gonna create dot text dash right div. Open that. Let's have a p tag. Class name is going to be, actually this class is going to be exactly this. So copy this text, put it here, and change the text to check out. Then after this p tag, have this p tag here, and this is gonna say, actually, yeah, I messed up here. So this first one needs to say from here and from here. Yeah, and this second one is the correct. So from to. All right, let's go here. So this is how it looks. It looks messed up, right? And we need to make sure that it looks good. So hold on. Let's check where did we mess up. So this should have been ended here. So there's no extra div here. So this is basically that separator, and then we have this div, which is here. This is here, and yeah, basically three divs in the within the flex. There's this div empty, there's this div as a separator, and there's this div as a text right. Let's go here, and there you go. This is looking nice, where we have check in and check out both buttons. Let's keep going and complete the rest of the form. So here, let's create a div tag. I'm gonna go for a class name, space y3, rounded to XL, border ink 200, bg dash surface dash muted, and then padding 3. Now let's go inside and div class name flex items dash center justify between here div, open that p tag, create a class text dash access, font semi bold, text ink 900, and here, yeah, and in here, let's say guests. Create another p tag, give it some class names like text dash xs, text ink 500, and open that here, total guests. Then in here, guest, if total guests is more than one, actually is, yeah, more than, is identical to one, or we can simply say more than 0, then it's going to be s, otherwise it's going to be an empty s. And we also add dot max, and here max guests. Save it. Let's go to the browser, and we have this guests, then when guests. Okay, here we have an issue. So this thing, yeah, there you go. Let's go here, and there you go, one guest. and that is not good. Actually, let's say if that is more than one. Yeah, let's go here. That's one guest and maximum 8 guests. All right. Now let's get out of this div here and create another div. Give it a class name of space y dash 3, then border dash top. Then we have border ink 200. We have padding top of 3 here. There you go. Then you have a text also small. Open that div, create another class flex items dash center. Then you have justify between. Open that div, create another, open that, create a p tag. Class name is going to be font dash medium. Then you have text ink 900, and then here you're going for adults. Then you have another p tag. Class name is going to be text dash access, text ink 500, and in here we're gonna say ages 13 or above. We have this div. Let's get out of that and create another div here. Give it some class names like flex items center gap of 3. Open that, create a button here, give it some class names. Before that, we're gonna make sure that its type is button. Class names are flex, height is 8, width is also 8, and items center, justify center as well. Come on. There you go, and rounded full. Then you have border ink 300, you have text ink 700, and then you have on disabled, this is going to be opacity 40. Now inside that button, before that actually, we're gonna say it's going to be disabled when adults are less than or equal to minimum adults. There you go. And then you have finally an on click in here, and this is going to be set adults. You go for the previous and then arrow function on that, math dot max, and in here you go for minimum adults, then previous -1. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna save it, reload the window, and inside this button here I'm gonna go with dash. Simple. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna paste this here, and this is going to become plus. Also, this is going to become plus. This is going to be disabled only. Where's the disabled? Yeah, this is going to be disabled at guest capacity, and then on click is going to go for set adults. This is going to be math dot min, and here we go for max guests and previous +1. All right, now in here we need a span tag. I'm gonna give it some class names like width dash 5. We have text dash center, and then inside that we go for the adults. Save it. Let's go to the browser, and this is what we have, but it doesn't look good. Yeah, it does not. Hold on, maybe we messed up with some div. Yeah, so seems like we're adding this div inside this div, which should not be happening. I'm gonna cut this from here and add it here. So this is being closed here, right? Get it back here. And there you go. That should fix it. And it indeed did. So I can add, there you go. I have guest number of guests here. And if it teaches 8, I cannot add more. Wonderful. Let's go. Now we have this div here, which is ending here. Let's go after that. Actually, do you know what? Not after that, but inside that here. So we're gonna go for another div. Gonna give it some class names like flex, items, center, justify, between. Open that. Another div, open, p tag, class names, font dash medium, text ink 900. And here it's going to be children. P tag, class name, it's going to be text dash access, text ink 500, and then it's going to be ages 2 to 12. After this div here, let's get down, create another div, give it some class names like flex, items, center. Then you have gap of 3. Open that. And you have a button, class name. And but before that, actually, do you know what? I'm gonna copy this whole thing from here. I'm gonna put it here, something like that. And then it's going to be disabled when children are less than or equal to 0. And on click is going to work something like, instead of set adults, we're gonna go for set children. Previous math dot max. Instead of minimum adults, it's going to be 0 here, then previous -1. And this is gonna say children. And in here again, instead of at guest capacity for the disabled and on click, let's say set children previous math dot min, and in here we're gonna go for max children allowed, then previous +1, and we have plus here. Let's go here. So we have children, and we can keep on adding as much as we want. Actually, we can just add until the 5 because we already have 3 in here, and we can add total 8. So there you go. Let's keep going. And the next we have this div. I'm gonna basically, yeah, let's copy this whole div from here, paste it here, and let's change this from children to infants. Then change this from ages 2 to 12 to under 2. And then here we have this button. So this changes to infants when they are less than or equal to 0. And then on click changes to set infants previous. And here, yeah, okay, let's keep it that way. This changes to infants here, and here for the disabled, we're gonna say either infants are more than or equal to, hold on, yeah, more than or equal to 2 or at guest capacity. We're gonna make disable it. Then here set infants previous, then math.min, and in here we're gonna say max infants, and also here we're gonna say max infants by capacity, comma, and we have previous +1, and there you go. So now we have, let's say I'm gonna refresh it here, We have 2 adults, 2 children, and 2 infants, and this is done. We can add this one, and it's disabled. If we can decrease this one, we can add this one, and there you go. And then there you go, 251. Awesome. Let's go back here. Now in here, I'm gonna go under. Actually, let me go high for a second here on this one. So this div, there you go. I'm gonna go under that div, create a p tag, class name, text-access, text-inc 500. In here, I'm gonna write reserved dates are unavailable. Choose check-in and checkout dates. Then confirm traveler count to continue. Right? After that p tag, we're gonna say is calendar open. If that's the case, we're going for this one, otherwise null. So in here, we're gonna say div class fixed inset 0 z30 flex items center justify center bg inc 900 slash 30 backdrop blur. It's going to be 1 pixel as a custom value. Let's go inside that div and div class name width dash full max dash width dash md rounded 3xl border inc 200 bg surface padding 4 shadow axle and medium screen sizes. It's going to be padding of 5. Open the div, and in here we're gonna say div class margin bottom dash 3 flex items center justify between. In here div p here class name is going to be text dash access font semi bold. Then we have uppercase. Then we have tracking. This is going to be 0.18 m. Then text inc 500. And in here, I'm going to say select dates. Save it. Let's go here. If I click on this one, there you go. Here I have my calendar model. So I'm going to go back. After this p tag here, create another p, give it some class names like margin top dash 1, text small, text inc 600. Here, select your preferred check-in and checkout dates. There you have div. Get out of that and you go for a button here. The button type is going to be button. Then you have a class name rounded dash full border inc 300 px 3 then py1 then text xs then font medium text inc 700 and on hover it's going to be bg inc 100. There are a few more, like on click it's going to be set is calendar open to false and reloading it. In here I'm gonna go for something like done. Let's go here. There you go. Click on that. It closes. There you go. Awesome. Then after this button, here you have this div. Let's go out of that div. This div is this one, margin bottom 3. And here, let's create another div. Class name, rounded to XL. Come on. There you go. Border, border ink to 100, actually 100. VG, surface muted. PX2, PB3, and PT2. And now in here, we're gonna go for date range picker. So selected is going to be the range. Then we have on select, that is going to be the set range in here. Then we have disabled, and that's going to be, hold on, disabled. Yeah, this is going to be disabled ranges. Then we have number of months. This is gonna be one only. And class name is going to be hero dash day picker mx dash auto width dash full max dash width dash full. And that's pretty much it. Let's go here, and there you go. We have our calendar, June, July, and there you go. Current date to this date, and done. You have May 25 here, May 29 here, and number of guests here. So everything is seems to be coming together. Let's go here, and now after this null and before this form here, we're gonna go for another div. Class name is going to be rounded dash XL BG ink 50, then padding 3, then text dash small, then text dash ink 700. Open that div. Class name is going to be flex items dash center justify between. Open that. Have a span tag here, and we are gonna go for price per night x nights or 0 nights. After this span tag, we're gonna go for another span. Here we have subtotal. After this span, we have this div. Get out of that div, create another, give it some classes like margin top dash 2, flex items center, justify between. There you go. Open that. Have a span, processing fee, and here I put 8%. Then here span, it's going to be processing fee. Then get out of that div again, create another, give it a class name of margin top dash 2, flex items center, justify between, border top, border ink 200, padding top 2, text base. Then you have font dash semi bold, text ink 900. Open that. You have a span total. Then you have another span, and this is going to be total. And then after this div and here, we're gonna have a submit button that we have not created yet, and we are going to. So don't worry. So if I just comment this out and go here, so we have this everything. All of the processing fees and stuff is here. And now it's just time for the submit button here. So after this component here, I'm gonna go for function submit button, open that, const pending is equal to use form status. There you go. We have a return, open that, and then in here we're gonna go for a button. Class is going to be width dash full rounded XL BG brand 500 PY dash 2.5 text SM font semi bold text dash white transition, and on hover it's going to be BG dash brand 600. Then on disable it's going to be cursor dash not dash allowed. Then on also disable this is going to be opacity 70, and in here we're gonna go for, if it's pending we're going for confirming dot dot dot, otherwise reserve now. And in here we're gonna go for disabled pending, and that's pretty much it. Let's go here. There you go, we have our button. So here we have, from here to here we have dates done. Total number of nights are 2, 320 by 2, 640. Processing fees 8% of 640 becomes 51. Then the sum of both of these is 691, and we can reserve. Of course it is not going to work right now, and you can see there's one more thing that we forgot. Type is going to be button, so it doesn't act like a form. So here, yeah, I'm gonna refresh from here to here, done, and 2 4 1 reserve now, and nothing happens basically when I click on that. And the reason is that because on this form here there is no action, and we still need to create that action in order to make sure that this works. But before that, there's one thing. So if you remember that on the home page, let's say here, let's say I choose Los Angeles. Let's say I choose from 25 to 31. Let's say I choose 2 here, 1 here, 1 here, and I search. So I have all of this information that I already have put in. Now, if I go to a property, let's say this one, all of that goes away. Well, that shouldn't happen. I should have all of that information here pre-filled for me because I already did that on the home page. And that is exactly what we're going to do now. Let's go to our code editor and let's go to our home page, page.tsx basically. So in here, after this, inside this export default async function, here before this build listing href, here we're gonna go for something, and that is going to do all of that work. So that is const listing query params is equal to new URL search params, and there you go. Now in here, if params dot location is true, we're gonna go for listing query params dot set. We're gonna go for location, and for the second value we're gonna go for params dot location. Then if params dot check-in exists, then listing query params dot set, here check-in, second value is going to be params dot check-in. There you go. If params dot check out exists, listing query params dot set check out params dot checkout, and then if params dot guests listing query params dot set, we're going for guests params dot guests. If params dot adults listing query params dot set, and in here adults params dot adults. If params dot children listing query params dot set children params dot children in here. If params dot infants listing query params dot set infants and params dot infants, right? Then in here we're gonna go for something like const listing query is equal to listing query params. So yeah, it's good. Listing query params dot to string, and that's pretty much it. And now inside this build listing href, we're gonna go for listing id. We have string. Then on the arrow function here we have listings listing id. Then after that here we're gonna go for something listing query. If that is available, then this, otherwise this. Hold on, otherwise this. And now in here inside this one I'm gonna go for question mark, and then I'm gonna go for listing query, and that's pretty much it. So now if we go here onto the home page, New York 25 to 31 211 search, I have all of this information here. So now if I hover over, you get to see all of this information here on that is added to the end of the link of that product, that property. So if I click on this one, it should have the date, the guests, and everything already pre-filled in, which already we have here. So we are done with that as well. And now is the time that we create the action for this form so we can actually reserve this into our database. Let's go to our code editor, and I'm gonna open actions.ts file, which is inside our source app, and then we have actions.ts file. So here after this function, let's create and do export async function, create reservation form data, open that. And now in here we're gonna say const user is equal to await require user. There you go. Const fallback listing id is equal to string form data dot get listing id or empty string here. Then we have const parsed is equal to reservation schema dot safe parse. Open the object in here. We have listing id form data dot get listing id. Then we have start date form data dot get start date. Then we have end date form data dot get end date. Then we have adults form data dot get adults. Children form data dot get children. Infants form data dot get infants. So this reservation schema cannot find name reservation schema. We basically need to create this. So let's do that here. So const listing, actually no, reservation schema is equal to z dot object. Open that, and now in here we're going for something like listing id z dot string dot min 1 dot max 64 dot regex. And this regex is going to be, I'm gonna write it manually so you can do the same as well. So it's going to be forward, actually simple slash shift 6 square bracket a dash z and capital A dash capital Z 0 dash 9 underscore dash square bracket, and then you go for plus, then dollar sign, and then slash again, and that's pretty much it. Then in here you go for another you go for comma, and then in here you go for start date is going to be z dot string, and date is going to be z dot string as well. Adults is going to be z dot coerce, and dot number dot integer dot minimum adults. And then you go for something like children, then you go for z dot coerce dot number dot integer dot min, and it's going to be 0, then comma, and then you go for infants, z dot coerce dot number dot integer dot min dot max is going to be max infants. And you also get rid of these from the regex as well. Yeah, don't need to. And that's pretty much it for this reservation schema. Make sure you're using the same spellings here, which we do. Now in here, I'm gonna go for if parsed dot success isn't true, and if fallback listing ID is available, then redirect with booking error, and we are going to create that, so don't worry. Fallback listing ID, and then in here we're gonna say please review your reservation details and try again. And then after here you go for redirect slash bookings question mark, and here you add message is equal to please review your reservation details and try again. Let's create this helper function. So let's say that, so this is schema, and these can be functions, and here I have helpers. There you go. And functions are going to be the same way as well. There you go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this schema out of it to here in the schema. There you go. And then that is there for functions. All right. And now this helper goes in here. So function listing ID is going to be a string. Message is going to be a string as well. Open that, and here you can say never. And then redirect. I'm gonna say slash listings slash, on this one it's going to be listing ID question mark here, booking dash error ampersand, message is equal to encode URI component, and it's going to be message. And that's pretty much it. So we are using that helper function here. Let's go for the next things in the same create reservation function here. And here we're gonna say const start date is equal to new date parsed dot data dot start date. And there is no need for this one, as we are already checking if that's parsed. Yeah, that's not the case. So const end date is equal to new date, and in here we're going for parsed dot data dot end date. And there you go. Then you have something, if number dot is not in number, start date dot get time, or number dot is not in number, and in here we go for end date dot get time, then redirect with booking error, and that is going to be parsed dot data dot listing ID, and in here we're going to say please select valid check-in and checkout dates. After that, here we're going to say if end date is less than or equal to start date, then we're going for the redirect booking error again, and that's gonna say parsed dot data dot listing ID without this, and we're going for something like checkout must be after check-in. Let's get down here, and we are gonna go for something const listing is equal to await Prisma dot listing dot find unique and then open that, and in here you're going for where id is equal to parsed dot data dot listing id. All right, so we have this, yeah, it's possibly undefined. And now in here, actually, do you know what we can add? These exclamations that these does exist. Yeah, we're forcing it. Listing.id, and then in here we are going to go for an if statement. So if listing isn't available, in here this is going to be an optional. So if listing isn't available, then we're going for redirect with booking error, and it's going to say parsed dot data dot listing id, and we're going to go for listing not found. There you go. And this is going to be an exclamation here. There you go. Let's come down here. We're going to go for const total guests is equal to parsed dot data dot adults plus parsed dot data dot children plus parsed dot data dot infants. So if total guests is more than or greater than listing dot guest count, in that case we're going for redirect booking with error once again. There you go, and you go for listing dot id, and second value is going to be this listing allows up to listing dot guest count. Guests, please adjust your guest count. There you go. Gonna go for exclamation here, here, and here, and of course here as well, and here as well. All right, let's come down here. There are only a few things that are left. So let's say here we're gonna check double booking check, no overlapping basically. So for that, const overlapping reservation is equal to await Prisma dot reservation dot find first, and in here we're gonna go for where listing id is listing dot id, then start date is going to be lt end date, and then end date is going to be gt start date. After the where, we are getting out of this here, and we are checking that if overlapping reservation exists, then yeah, this thing, if that exists, then we are going to go for redirect with booking error, and that's gonna be listing.id, and second value is going to be selected dates are already booked, please choose different dates. This is gonna be an exclamation here and here as well. All right, let's come down here. Now let's do a few things. So we are going to do the calculation for the nights. So const nights is equal to math dot ceiling, and in here we're gonna go for and date dot get time minus start date dot get time, and we're gonna divide these values on 1000 milliseconds multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 again, and then multiplied by 24 again. So 24 hours basically. Now here const subtotal is equal to nights multiplied by listing dot price per night, which is going to be there, and then we have a const processing fee is equal to math dot round subtotal multiplied by processing fee, and then we have const total price is equal to subtotal plus processing fee, and then finally await Prisma dot reservation dot create. So once we have encountered all of the issues and there are no more issues, then we're going for data, and in here we're going for user ID user.id listing ID is going to be listing.id. Then you have start date and date total price and total price. Let's change this to exclamation here. All right, now after that here, let's write only a few lines and then we're done with this server app function. So that is going to be revalidate path slash bookings, revalidate path slash listings slash listing dot id. There you go. And then revalidate path slash host, and then redirect slash listings slash listing dot id with an exclamation question mark here, booking is equal to success. There you go. So now we have this create reservation function here as a server action. We're going to the listing booking sidebar, actually no, to the form here, and we're gonna add that. So action, and we are adding that here, and then you also import that from actions. So where is it? There you go, there it is. I'm gonna save it. Let's go back here. I'm gonna refresh it once, and also I'm gonna come down here, create a new terminal, npx prisma studio. So under reservations, we have two reservations for now. Let's go here and I'm gonna go for this reserve now. Let's see what we get. And nothing is happening here. If we go to console, we have no errors. So there are a few things that aren't done the way they are supposed to actually. Hold on. Since that is a here, let me check that. Yeah, nothing happens here. So, okay, let me scroll down here. And so we have this submit button. Yeah, type. Let's change the type from button to submit. So the form basically submits when the button is clicked. So we have all of this information. Now let's click on the reserve now, see what's happening. It's confirming. And we have this error. What is that? Please review your reservation details and try again. Okay, let's do this. So I'm gonna click on this one and this one, delete this row, and this one, delete this row. So make sure we have no overlapping dates or something like that. So I'm gonna go here, and guests are going to be 211. And I'm gonna go here, for example, and I'm gonna go for, yeah, there you go, reserve now. And we have the error message, try again. And what do we have in inspect? Okay, so fail to load resources. That is for what message? Yeah, bookings. It says that the page is not available. Okay, hold on. So if we go here and we just unbreachable code detected. Yeah, I think I messed up here. Yes, I think so. This thing needs to be inside here, not in the open. So yeah, it was blocking the whole thing, and this code was unreachable. Yeah, I guess it should work now. If I go here and yeah, I'm gonna refresh once more. Let's check if we have any reservations. We do not. Actually, let's do the whole thing from again. So Miami 25 to 29. We have two here, one here. Guest, search. Click on this one, condo, and reserve now. Looks like it is. Yeah, it is booked now, guys. Congratulations. So now if we go here and refresh under reservations, we should have an entry, and indeed we do. Brilliant, guys. You guys have done a wonderful job, wonderful job. And now, after celebrating, after jumping a few times, you can move forward with the rest of the project. All right, the important part right now for us to work is the bookings page. But before we move on to the bookings page, there are a few things that I would like to resolve. First of all, we have this typo error here. So I'm gonna go here, sidebar, look for not here, but here. Yeah, it's not there. It's not there either. Yeah, it's there. So processing. There you go. That has been resolved. This can go away. And now, yeah, there you go. If you go to the home page, and in here, if you go for, let's say, Miami, and you go for 25 to 28, and then you two here, one here, and you click on search. Well, the filters are applied, but there is no clear filter button basically. That only shows up when you click on the category. This clear filter button should be here for when one of these selected and the results are here. So well, for that, we're going to go here in the page.tsx file, and we're going to go to this has any filter, and in here I'm going to bring it down, and let's start writing something like params dot location dot trim if that is available, and then params dot check in dot trim params dot check out dot trim params dot guests dot trim params dot uh, adults dot trim params dot hold on dot children dot trim and params dot infants dot trim. Save it, and now if we go back here, and I'm gonna click on the home page once and refresh once, and then let's say Miami 25 to 29, two here, one here, one here, whatever, guest search, and there you go. We have this clear filter button now because we have if we had either of these like location or when or who, we would see this clear filter button and we can clear that, and that is going to give us everything here. Fantastic. And right now there are a couple of more things that we need to adjust, and that would be after this has any filter, we're gonna go for this requested guests, and in here we have this params.guests. We're gonna need to add or one here, otherwise basically it could produce not a number, and that is not what we can afford. And then after, let's keep going here under, yeah, I noticed something here. So this limited cards, this is going to be dot slice, and from 0 to 8 we are basically limiting it to only 8 cards, no more than that. And then I have this San Francisco. No, it should be San Francisco. That's the typo that we needed to fix. All right, so now it is the time for us to create the bookings page, which for now is giving us a 404 error as that doesn't exist yet. So let's go here and close everything and start working on that. So I'm gonna minimize everything, go to source, app, and then in here I'm going to create a new folder, bookings, and then in here I have a page.tsx file. So rfc bookings page, save it, and if I go here, there you have our bookings page. So now before we start building this, we're gonna need to build a few. Actually, what we can do here is we can lay down the foundation. So for that, what I'm gonna do is calendar check 2 from Lucid React, as well as calendar x2. Hold on. So here, calendar x2, as well as wallet. And now I also need import Prisma from lib Prisma. Then also require user. And then I'm not sure if we have created that or not yet, but yeah, I guess we have not yet. So now in here, what I'm going to do is before that, actually, I'm going to define the type. Bookings page props is equal to this type. Search params promise. In here, open the block, and we're going to say message is going to be an optional and it's going to be a string. After that, here we have export default async function bookings page, and we are going for search params, and in here actually we are going for bookings page props. We have a few things to handle first, like const user is equal to await require user. Then we have const query is equal to await search params. And then we have const reservations, hold on, is equal to await prisma dot reservation dot find many, where user id is user dot id. Then we have include, and that's going to be listing, true. Then we have order by created at descending. Here const today is equal to new date, and const active bookings is equal to reservations dot filter, and in here we're gonna say reservation, go for an arrow function, and on each reservation from the iteration yeah, that's there the issue with the spellings. So reservation, there you go, reservation dot end date is greater than or equal to today. Then we have const total charged is equal to reservations dot reduce. We're gonna use sum and reservation here. Run the arrow function on that. So sum is going to hold and keep on adding the reservation dot total price, and we're going to start from the 0. So that's pretty much it for the logic, and now we are ready to move on to the UI. And for the UI, we're going to say return main. Class name is going to be, actually, you know what, we're going to create another component for the class names here. So I'm going to keep it here and then open that, and then here we have a bunch of components. So first of all, here is going to be page intro. Then after that, we're going to say query dot message. If that exists, we're going for it, otherwise it's null for now, right? So let's open that, and in here we're gonna say p class name is going to be margin top dash 3 rounded xl border amber 200 BG Amber 50, PX-3, PY2, text-small, font-medium, and text Amber 700. And the P is going to say something like query dot message. Simple as that. So now if we go to the bookings page, we refresh, basically we see nothing. We're gonna see something, so just stay with me. After this null here, within this main section, we're gonna have a section, give it some classes like margin top 6 and space y3, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be space y4. Open that, and then here we're going to have something like if reservations dot length is identical to 0, yeah, come on, then we are doing this, otherwise we are doing this, and this otherwise, for now, let's say I'm gonna say empty state, and then the otherwise is going to be reservations dot map. It's going to be reservation, and for each iteration we're going to return p tag for now basically, and the key is going to be reservation dot id, and it's going to showcase something, let's say for now reservation dot, let's say total price. Yeah, for now let's just do that. Come here and we have 1188, and that's pretty much it. Hold on, do we have something like listing ID? Yeah, we go here, that's the ML1. What else do we have? So dot created at end date ID, total price, user ID. If we go for the listing, then dot, and then we have what? Do we have title? Yes, we do. Save it. Let's go here. There you go. We have Miami waterfront condo. And now, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to provide classes to our main. And for that, we're going to build a component. So yeah, hold on. So I'm gonna go to my source, then lib, and in here I'm going to create a new file. This is basically another way of creating reusable classes so you can keep using them without rewriting all of the classes over and over again. So we're gonna do something like ui-classes.ts, and in here I'm gonna write export const UI shell is equal to this object. Open that. We have page container. That's going to be mx-auto minimum dash height dash screen max dash width dash 7xl px dash 4 pt dash 5 MD is going to be px-8, and on MD again it's going to be pt-8. After that, here let's go for section card, and we are doing rounded dash 3xl. Then we have border ink 200, bg dash surface p dash 5. There you go. And this, yeah, doesn't look good. So here p-5 shadow dash small, and then we have on medium screen sizes p-7. Then we have panel card is going to be rounded dash 2xl, border dash ink 200, bg dash surface padding dash 4, and padding dash 4 shadow dash sm. There you go. Next one is soft panel is going to be rounded dash 2xl, border ink to 100, bg dash surface dash muted, padding dash 3. Then we have empty state is going to be rounded dash 2xl, border dash dashed, border dash ink dash 300, bg dash ink dash 50 with the 40% opacity, and padding dash 6, text dash center, and all of that are going to be as const. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. As const. So now we need to bring that here in this one. So here I'm gonna say class name is going to be UI shell dot page container. Fantastic. Let's go here, and there you go. The UI is there. And now let's get started working on the page intro component here. So I'm gonna minimize everything here. I'm gonna go to source, then components. In here I'm going to create a new folder called UI, and in that I'm going to create a new file called page-intro.tsx. So in here I'm going to go for something like type page intro props is equal to this type. Open that, and badge is going to be a string, title is going to be a string as well, description is going to be a string. Then we have icon, which is going to be an optional, and this is going to be Lucid icon from Lucid React. Then we have action, which is also optional, and it's going to be a React node from React imported here on top. Then here, export function page intro, and in here we're gonna say badge, title, description, and icon is going to be icon here, and action, and this all is going to be a type of page intro props. Open the function here, return, and in here we have a section with the class names of UI dot UI shell dot section card. Open that. We have another div here. Class name is going to be flex wrap items dash center justify dash between and gap of 3. Open the div. We have another div. Open that, and we have p tag. Give it a class name of inline dash flex items dash center gap of 1 rounded full bg brand 50 px3 py1 text xs font semi bold text brand 600, and the p tag is going to be, if the icon exists, then it's going to be icon, and the icon is going to have some class names as height dash 3.5 and width dash 3.5. And if that is not the case, then it's just simply null. After that, here we have batch. Let's get out of this p here, have an h1, Class name is going to be margin top dash 3. We have text dash 2xl, font semi bold. Tracking is going to be dash tight. Then we have text dash ink dash 900. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be text dash 3xl. And open that here. We're going for title, and that title is there. After the h1 here, we have another p tag. Class name is going to be margin top dash 2, max width dash 2xl, width dash 2xl. Then we have text dash small, text ink 600. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be text dash base, and the p tag is going to say description. I'm gonna save it. Let's go here. We are not pulling that there for now. Actually, there's only one thing that we need to cover, so let's get out of this div, and in here we're gonna say action. If that is there, then we are displaying a div, and within that we have action. Otherwise, it's just null. Right now, in here, page intro, there you go. And we're gonna go for batch your bookings. Then we have icon, and the icon is going to be calendar check 2. Then we have title, your reservations, there you go. And then we have description, hold on, yeah, track upcoming stays, review completed trips, and manage active bookings. Save it. Let's go to the browser, and there you go. This is your reservations, your bookings. Actually, that p should be small. Yeah, so your reservations, your bookings, and blah blah blah. And this can go away now, as we no longer need that. So where is that? Yeah, actually we do need that. We're gonna end up adding more things to that in a minute. Let's move on to the next section, and that would be here. And I'm gonna give it some classes like margin top 5, grid gap of 3 here, grid calls 1 here. On small screen sizes, it's going to be grid calls 2. Then we have on large screen sizes, it's going to be grid calls 3. All right, now in here we're going to have a component that we're going to just build now, that is stat card. This is going to be the component. So let's build that component, and that's going to be inside the UI folder, stat.card, stat-card dot tsx. So we're gonna import. Actually, import can be done along the way. So let's create type stat card props is equal to type. Open that. Here we have a label, which is going to be a string value, either a string or number. Then it needs to be a value, not value. And then icon is an optional, and it's going to be lucid icon. There you go. And it needs to be import type lucid icon. All right, now here export function stat card. In here we have label, value, icon, and icon. That's going to be a type of stat card props. Open the function, and in here we have a return article. Class is going to be, in this case, we're gonna say UI shell dot panel card. Open the article. We have a div. Give it some class names like flex, items dash center, justify between. Open that, and here we have p tag. Give it some class names like text dash access, font semi bold, uppercase. Tracking is going to be custom value, which is gonna be 0.14 m. Then we have text ink 500. Open the p tag, and here we have label. After the p, here we have, if there is icon, we're going for this, otherwise we're going for null. And in here we have a span tag, rounded full, bg brand 50, p2, text brand 600. Open it. Here we have icon, class name, height dash 4, width dash 4. After the null here, we're going to actually, after, not after the null, but the div here, gonna have a p tag here. Give it a class name of margin top dash 2, text dash 2xl, font dash semi bold, text ink 900, and this is going to say value. I'm gonna save it. Then I'm gonna come here, click on that, import that. This is going to have a label of total bookings, value of reservations dot length. Then I'm going to duplicate it 2 times. So the second one is going to be active bookings, and the value is going to be active bookings dot length. Then here I have total spend, and this is going to be template literal, $, again $, for the code block, total charged, and this is going to be, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then we have an icon, which is going to be wallet. Hold on, wallet. Yeah, there you go. And that's pretty much it. Let's go to here, and we have something like this. Well, this is not how it's supposed to look, so we must have done something wrong. And okay, we have semi-bold, link 200 here. Rounded full, this looks good. This too, and this whole thing looks good here. Flex item center, justify between, yeah. Let's go here. Actually, no, yeah. Let's go here, so we have, yeah. Let's go to the UI shell. What do we have there? px4, pd5, soft panel, bg surface muted. This needs to be rounded. 2xl, border dashed, border ink 300, bg ink 5040, p6 text center. Yeah, this needs to be as well, and this too. Okay, max width 7xl. Yeah, I messed up a lot of times here. Didn't even look at it. Border ink 200, bg surface p5 shadow small. And border ink, yeah, there you go. Ink 200, bg surface p4 shadow small. Muted p3 and rounded 2xl. Border dashed. Border ink 300, bg ink. Yeah, I guess we are good now. Let's go there. And yeah, exactly. This is how it's supposed to look. Perfect. Well, let's go back to our page.tsx file here. And on this one, now is the time that we start working on a reservation card that is going to be displayed instead of this p tag here. So let's get started on that. And for that, I'm gonna go to source. I have components. Then I have another folder I'm gonna create. It's going to be bookings. And in here, it's going to be reservation-card.tsx. All right. We have link from next link. We have format from date FNS. Then we have clock 3 from Lucid React. We have map pin from Lucid React. And we're going to have an action in here, which we are going to create later. So for now, let's go for the type. Reservation card props is equal to this type, where we have reservation ID of string. Listing ID is also string. Start date is going to be date. And the date is going to be date. Total price is going to be a number. Then we have listing is going to be an object which is going to hold title, which is going to be a string, and location value, which is going to be a string. And then after that, we have today, which is going to be a date. Right? Export function reservation card. Here we have reservation, and today they are type of reservation card props. Open the function here. We have const is active is equal to reservation dot end date is greater than or equal to today. So here we have return. Open that. Article. Class name is going to be rounded-to-XL. We have border ink 200. We have BG surface P-4 shadow-small. Transition is going to be dash transform. Then we have duration 200. And on hover is going to be minus translate y 0.5. And on hover it's also going to be shadow MD. And finally on medium screen size it's going to be padding -5. Open the article. We have a div where we have some classes like minimum dash width dash 0. Then we have space dash y dash 2. Open the div. In here we have h2. Class name is going to be line dash clamp dash 2. Text dash base. Font dash semi bold. Text dash ink 900. And on medium screen sizes it's going to be text dash large. Then here we have reservation dot listing dot title. Then here we have p tag here. Class name is going to be inline flags. And we have items dash center gap 1.5. Text dash small text ink 600. This p tag is going to say map pin. Have some class names like height dash 4, width dash 4, and shrink is going to be 0. After the map pin, here we have reservation dot listing dot location value. Let's get out of the p. here we have another p tag, and that is going to have classes as well. Inline dash flex, items center, gap 1.5, text dash small, text ink 700, and open that. Here we have clock 3. Class names are going to be height dash 4, width dash 4, and shrink 0, of course. Then here we have format reservation dot start date is going to be PPP. It's basically going to be a long date, like April complete month, then 14th the date, and then 2026, something like that. And in here we are going to have a dash, then another code block, format once again, reservation dot end date, and it's going to be PPP once again. Okay, I'm gonna go to my page.tsx file here, and in this area I'm gonna change this from P to reservation card. There you go. And of course now we need reservation. Hold on, is it reservation card, right? Yeah, reservation card. There you go. So this is going to have two things, reservation and today. So I guess we have both in here, reservation, and do we have today here? Yes, we do. So key is going to be here. This can be removed, and this can be removed here as well. Now put reservation is going to be reservation, and here we have today, which is going to be today. So I'm gonna need to import it once. That's why it wasn't giving us these values. Let's go here. So we do have, yeah, let me reload. There you go. So we have this card, Miami waterfall condo, and this looks good actually, but I suspect one issue here, and that is this max width 7XL. So for this one, if I come here and if I change this from, where's the main? Yeah, there you go. 7XL max width dash 7XL. And what if we put something like width dash full here? Save it. Let's go here, refresh it once, and there you go. This is how it should be. Wonderful. Let's add a few more things here. So this thing here, yeah, it needs to have a margin. So inline flex, I'm gonna close this one here. This card is going to have a space y1, let's say. If I'm gonna save it, let's go here, and actually instead of space, margin x-axis, yeah, margin x mx-1, save it. Yeah, there you go. That's good now. Okay, let's go back and keep going. Now here, after this div, here we're gonna have another div. Gonna give it a class name of margin top dash 3, border dash top, border ink 200. Then we have padding top dash 3. Open the div. Here we have another div, class flex, items start, justify between, and gap of 3. Open it. Have a p tag. Class name is going to be, here we're gonna need some dynamic classes. So let's say inline dash flex rounded dash full. Then next we have px 2.5. Yeah, py1 text xs font dash semi bold. And next we have is active. Then we're gonna showcase bg emerald 50 text emerald 700. And if that is not the case, then hold on, not here but here. Yeah, then it's going to be bg ink 100 and text ink 700. Yep, save it. And now inside the p it is going to say is active, then it's gonna say active, otherwise it's gonna say past. Save it. Let's go here, and this is the active that we see here. Wonderful. And now after this p tag here we're gonna have a div. Class name is going to be text dash right. Open the div. P tag, give some classes like text dash xs text ink 500. It's going to say booking total. Then here we have p. Class name is going to be text dash 2xl font dash semi bold leading none text ink 900. On medium screen size it's going to be text dash large. And open the p tag, and in here we have reservation dot total price. Save it here. There you go, we have booking total and we have the price. Fantastic. What, how about we say margin top dash 1 to this one as well? Yeah, it looks much better now. Then let's come back here, and after this div here what we have text, and then again this div. Let's get out of that div here, and we're going to create another div. Class name is going to be margin top dash 3 grid gap 2 small screen sizes flex. Also small screen sizes flex dash wrap small screen sizes. It's going to be justify and not self end. Open div. Here we have a link. This is going to say view stay. href is going to be slash listings slash reservation dot listing id. Right, give it some class names. Hold on. Yeah, here give it some class names like inline dash flex width dash full items dash center justify dash center rounded dash xl border ink 300 px3 py2 text dash small font semi bold text ink 700 transition, and however it's going to be bg ink 50, and small screen size is going to be width dash auto, and also on small screen size is going to be rounded dash full, small padding by 1, and small is going to be text dash xs text dash xs. There you go. After this link here we can say is active, then we're displaying this, otherwise it's just null. And inside here we have a form. All right, and this form is going to be for the cancellation basically. So form is gonna have the simple one button, type submit, and it's going to be there's going to be actually an input type hidden as well. Name, reservation, ID, value is going to be reservation.id, and then submit. And in here we're gonna say class name inline dash flex width dash full items dash center justify center rounded XL border red 300 p x3 py2 text small font semi bold text dash red 600 transition on hover it's going to be bg red 50 focus visible it's going to be outline none focus visible it's going to be ring 2 focus visible it's going to be ring red 300 small screen size is going to be width dash auto small screens rounded full small screens padding y dash 1 small screens text dash xs inside the button we have cancel reservation, and on the form we're going to attach a basically action to it which we haven't created yet. So class name is going to be width dash full and small screen size is going to be width dash auto. Save it. Let's go here. So these are the two buttons. This is inside the form and this is just a link to see this reservation that I as a user has booked. So if I click on that, that's going to take me to that reservation, that property here, and I can go back to bookings here and I can cancel the reservation, which I cannot yet because I still need to create that cancel reservation action. All right, let's go ahead and write the action here, which is going to be cancel reservation. I'm going to copy this. Let's go to our actions.ts file. And in here, I'm going to go to the very end. So in here, export async function, name of the function. And in here, it's going to be form data with the type of form data, and const user is equal to await require user. Then we have const reservation ID is equal to string form data dot get reservation ID. It's just an empty string. If reservation ID isn't available, then throw new error reservation ID is missing. Then const reservation is equal to await prisma dot reservation dot find first, and in here we're going to add where ID is reservation ID and user ID is user dot ID. Then after that here we're gonna go for if reservation doesn't exist, then we're going for redirect and we are saying slash bookings slash, actually, yeah, question mark message is equal to reservation not found. And here after this if statement we go for await prisma dot reservation dot delete where id is reservation dot id. And after that here we're going for revalidate path slash bookings revalidate path slash listings slash reservation dot listing id. Then revalidate path is going to be slash host in here, and then redirect finally is going to happen to bookings question mark message is equal to reservation cancelled successfully. Save it, and we are already using this cancel reservation in there. So in here I'm gonna need to import that from, and then here we are doing a hard reload and we are going to try to cancel the reservation. So cancel it, and we have an error, reservation id is missing. Well, that shouldn't have happened, to be honest. So bookings, yeah, we have one. If we try to see this one, yes, we are here, and on the bookings page it should have been cancelled actually, but it is saying that maybe I did some sort of typo here as well. Let me do a quick check. And it seems like that this is the issue again. Typo reservation id. I make a lot of spelling mistakes, so yeah, this probably is only the reason. Let's go back there, refresh, and I'm gonna try cancel it one more time, and reservation canceled successfully. Also we have this one here, so I'm gonna get rid of this part and refresh here. We have nothing here. Let's go back to here, open this property. I'm gonna go for 25 to 29, done, 2 1 1 11 0 2. Actually, let's go for 2 here, and or probably, yeah, to the 30th, yeah, 31st, 1652, and reserve now. There you go. If we go to bookings, there you go. We see our booking here, 25th to 31st, 1652, view stay. That's going to take us to the stay page. Fantastic. So with that, we can say that our bookings page is completely done. Actually, there is one thing. So if we go to, yeah, if on the bookings page, when there are no bookings, we are not handling that part. So let's say, where is that reservation card? Yeah, this can go, and that should be somewhere here. Yeah, empty state. So if I get rid of this thing here, we have this empty state, and that should be handled pretty nicely like the rest of the application we have. So for that, we are gonna go and create a component here, and that is going to be empty state. There you go, this one. And let me just put a p tag here for now, empty state. There you go. So now we need this, and for that we're gonna go to source, then components, and then UI. There's going to be this empty dash state dot tsx. right? Link from next link. We have also UI shell there. Type empty state props is equal to this here, and we have title string. Description is also string. We have icon. If that is there, then it's going to be lucid icon, and it's going to be a type, of course. Then we have action href string, and we have action label string. Now in here, export function empty state, we say title. Description icon is going to be icon, action href, and action label. It's going to be a type of empty state props. Open the function here, and we're going for return div. Class name is going to be UI shell dot empty state. Open this. Here we are going for an icon. If that exists, we are going to display the icon. Otherwise, it's just null, and I can have some classes like max-auto. Sorry, mx-auto. We have height-8 and width-8 and text inc 400. After this, we have a p tag. Add some classes to that. So margin top is going to be 2, text small. We have font medium, text inc 700. The p is gonna say title. Then we have another p, class name margin top -1, text dash small. We have text inc 600, and this is gonna say description. After that, we go for the code block. So action href, if that is available, also action label is available. In that case, we're going for this, otherwise null. So in this, we have link. We're going for action label inside, and in here in the href, we're going for action href. Class name is going to be margin top -3, inline flex rounded dash full, and border, and here we have border inc 300, and then we have px3 py 1.5 text xs, and we have font semi bold, text inc 700. Transition on hover is going to be bg-inc-50, and I guess that's pretty much it. So empty state goes back to our page.tsx file. Here we can get rid of this one. Let's import it properly, and in here we're going to say icon is calendar x2, this one. Title is going to be no reservations yet. Then we have description is going to be reserve your first stay, and it will appear here. And then we have action href, which is going to be a slash, and then we have action label, which is going to be browse homes. Save it. Let's go here, and the empty state should change, which indeed it did. So browse homes, there you go, and you already have seen how the reservation is working and all that. And there's one more thing that is left and that we still need to cover, and that is the loading skeleton here on the on the property page. If I reload, there's no loading skeleton here. That needs to be there, and that is exactly what we're going to do next. All right, let's go ahead and close all of the files. And first of all, I'm going to go to source app. Then in here, I'm going to go to, I have this page.tsx file. So in here, I'm going to create a file loading.tsx. So it's going to be export default function loading. And this is going to be for the home page for now. So return, and in here we have main. We have role for this status. Area label for this is going to be loading homepage. And then we have class names for this one is mx-auto, minimum-height screen, and max-width-7xl, px4, pb12, pt6. Yeah, pt6, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be px8. There you go. Open that. Let's go inside, and here we have a section. So it has class names, also it has area hidden. Class names are going to be animate, pulse, rounded 3xl, border ink 200, bg surface. On medium screen sizes the padding is going to be 10. Let's go inside that. Have a div. Class name is going to be mx-auto, max-width-3xl, and space y3. Then we have text-center as well. Let's go inside. Here we have div. Class is going to be mx-auto. Height is going to be 3. Width is going to be 56. Rounded. There you go. And bg ink 200. I'm going to duplicate it a couple of times. The height becomes 8 here, and for here the width becomes 96 here and 80 here. All right, and now I'm gonna go to the browser. Here I'm gonna go to the home page, refresh, and there is nothing that I can see. So inspect. Let's go to the network, change from no throttling to 3G here, refresh. There you go. You saw the loading. There was this loading. I'm gonna inspect again, go to network from 3G. Yeah, let's refresh it again. You should see that here. Come on. I'm gonna do a hard reload now. There you go. There was this loading, perfectly working. Now, so after this div here, we're gonna go for another div. It's going to be class name mx-auto, margin top 8. Then we have h20, max width 5xl. Here we have rounded 3xl. Border, we have border ink 200. We have bg ink 100. And this is just going to be a self-closing div, so we do not need that. And then we have another div here, which is going to have some classes like mx-auto, margin top 6, flex, max width 5xl. Here we have gap of 2, then overflow hidden, and open that div. So in here we're gonna go for something like array dot from, and there is going to be something like length is 6. Then to this we're gonna have a map in which there's going to be an index, an underscore and index, and to this we are going to use div. Class name is going to be height dash 10, width dash 32, rounded dash full, pg ink 100, and also there's going to be a key of index. That's why we needed the index. And there's one more thing onto the main. We are also going to add width dash full here. Let's go here, do a hard reload. There was, I'm going to change this to no throttling, and in here I'm going to do a hard reload. There should be, yeah, there you go. You see that? There you go. Awesome. Now after that section, we're going to have another section in here, and that is going to hold some classes like margin top dash 8, grid calls 2. There we have gap 4. On medium screen size, it's going to be grid calls 3. Then we have on large screen sizes, grid calls 4. And then inside that, we're going to have array dot from, and we're going to go for something like length is going to be 12 dot map. And there we have an underscore and index. We're going to run an arrow function. And then in here, we're going for an article where we have a key of index. Then class name of space y dash 2 animate dash pulse. Open that. Here we have a div. So that is going to be class names as height dash 48, width dash full, rounded dash 2xl. Then we have bg ink 200. After that, we have another div with class names like height dash 3. Then we have width dash 28, rounded, simple, and bg ink 200. bg ink 200. I'm gonna replicate it a couple of times. This one becomes 4, this stays 3, and this one becomes width 28 to 40, this 32, and the rest can be still the same. So here, let me refresh one more time. Again, there you go. See that? There you go. It looks phenomenal. And now we are going to create the loading state. There you go. You see that? Now we're going to create the loading state for this one. And let's do that. Let's go to our code editor and let's close this one. Go to listings, and in here we need, in this folder we need loading.tsx. Export default function listing details loading. Return main, role is status, area label is loading listing details. Class names are mx-auto, width-full, minimum height screen, max width 7xl, animate pulse, px4, pb10, pt5. Medium screen sizes, it's going to be px-8, and medium screen sizes, the padding top is going to be 8. Let's go inside. Have an article here and provided some classes like space y6, space dash y. Medium screen size is going to be space dash y dash 8. Open the article here. Now in here, basically this is going to be a 2-column grid. So div here and div here. So this div is going to have grid gap dash 6. On large screen size, it's going to be grid dash calls, and this is going to be min max. Open that 0 2 fraction, and then in here we're going for min max 320px 1 fraction, and let's get rid of this space here. We cannot have that. Then we have on large screen sizes items dash start. Go inside, have a div class name space y dash 6, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be space y dash 7. Open that. Here we have a section inside. I'm going to give it some class names as overflow dash hidden, rounded 3xl, border ink 200, bg surface, and shadow small. Open that section. I have a div. Class name is going to be height dash 280 pixels, width dash full, bg ink 200. Medium screen size is going to be height dash 420 pixels. Open that. This should be MD here, not M simply, and then inside that create, actually this is a self-closing div. Yeah, so now in here we're gonna have div. Class name is going to be space y dash 3. On medium screen sizes, padding is going to be 3. Let's go inside. We have a div again. Class name is going to be height dash 6, width dash 28, rounded dash full, vg ink 200. And we don't need the closing div here. So here, and then we have another div here, a self-closing div. Class name is going to be height dash 10, width dash 3/4, max width xl, rounded large, and bg ink 200. After that div, we have a div here. Once again, there are going to be so many divs, so do not worry, please. Flex. After the flex, we have flex wrap. We have gap of 3. Now go inside that div. We have another div and another div. So this div is going to have some classes like height dash 5, width dash 40, and rounded is NBG ink 200, and this is a self-closing div. And also this one, so class name is going to be height dash 5, width dash 32, rounded bg ink 200. All right, save it. Let's go here. I'm gonna refresh it. There you go. This is what we have so far. For this one, we're gonna build this one and this one as well. So let's keep going. So after this section here, we're gonna come down. We're gonna have another section here. This is going to be class name, rounded 3xl, border ink 200, bg surface, padding dash 5, shadow small, medium screen size is going to be padding dash 6. Open section, we have a div of self-closing, height dash, class name is going to be height dash 6, width dash 40, rounded bg ink 200. After that, we have a div, class name, margin top dash 4, space y dash 2. Let's go inside. have a div self-closing. Class name is going to be height dash 4 width dash full rounded. And then we have AG Inc 200. Duplicate that once, duplicate that twice. And for the third one, the height is going to be, actually the height is going to be the same, but the width is going to be changed to width dash 2/3. There you go, rounded. Rest of the stuff can be the same. And after this div here, we're going to have another div, class name margin top dash 5 flex wrap gap of 2 open div self-closing div here. Class name is going to be height dash 9 width dash 24 rounded full VG Inc 200. Duplicate that 3 times and there's no need to change anything. Let's go here, refresh. There you go. Fantastic, excellent job. Let's go here. So after this section, now we're gonna need another section. So section class name is going to be rounded dash 3xl border Inc 200 bg surface padding dash 4 shadow small. On medium screen size it's going to be padding dash 5. Open section, we have a div here. Class name is going to be margin bottom dash 3 flex items dash center justify between, and then we have gap dash 3. And there you go. Now in here we have a div, a self-closing div. Class name is going to be height dash 5 width dash 40 rounded. Then we have VG Inc 200. I'm going to duplicate that. The height is going to be 6 and the width is going to be 24. Actually 28, yeah. Now let's get out of this div here, create another, give it a class name, which is going to be flex wrap gap of 2 here. Open that, have a div, not just div, but a self-closing div. Class name is going to be height dash 8 width dash 32 rounded dash full, and we have BG Inc 200. Actually for this one let's go for 100 and duplicate that a couple of times and change the width from 32 to 36, and for this one to 28. The rest can be the same, and let's go here, check. There you go. This is what we actually for this one, for this area. Yeah. On the very bottom, down there. Yeah. Then after this section, we're going to have another section. Section class name is going to be rounded dash 3xl and border Inc 200. Then we have bg dash surface. There you go. And we have padding dash 3 on medium screen size padding dash 4. Let's go inside div. Class name is going to be margin bottom dash 3 height dash 6. We have width dash 28 and it's going to be rounded BG Inc 200 and PX dash 2. After that we have another div here. Class name is going to be height dash 72. That's for the map. Width dash full rounded dash 2xl BG Inc 200. Save it. Let's go here, refresh it. There you go. That's for the map. There you hold on, refresh. There you go. That's for the map. Let's get back to the code editor in here. And now the second div that we have, actually, hold on. So we have this article here, and this is the grid. And first item is this one, which is closing here. Yeah, we don't need the div here, but in here. So section, div, and then after that we have a side here. Class name, space dash y dash 4. On large screen sizes, it's going to be sticky. Large screen size is going to be top 20. And large screen size is going to be self start. Open that. We have a section in here, class rounded dash 3xl border ink 200 bg surface heading dash 5 shadow small. Open the section. We have a div self-closing class name height dash 9 width dash 32 rounded large bg ink 200. After that we have a self-closing div once again. Class name is going to be margin top dash 2. There you go. And you have height dash 4 width dash 40 rounded and bg ink 200. After that we have another div here, class name margin top dash 4 space y dash 3. Let's go inside that div, create another div. Class name is going to be rounded dash 2xl border ink 200. Padding is going to be 3. Let's go inside. We have another div here, class name margin bottom dash 3 here, flex here, items center here. Hold on. Items center here, then we have justify between here. Open that div and you have a self-closing div here. Class name is height dash 10 width dash 28 rounded. Then you have bg ink 200. Duplicate that once and that should be it. Let's go here, refresh it, and there you go. It's coming together. Now only this part is left. Let's go to the code editor in here, and after this div we are going to have another div in here which is going to be self-closing. So class name height dash 64 rounded 2xl and bg ink 100. Save it. Let's go here, refresh, and there you go. That's where it's showing. Then after that you skip one div here, and then after that you go for self-closing div once again. Class name height dash 24 rounded xl bg ink 100. Duplicate it. Its height is going to be 11, then rounded xl, and this is going to be 200. Save it. Let's go here, refresh, and there you go. Fantastic. And with that, your loading screens are done for the home page as well as for the property details page. Fantastic. And now we have only two things left for this project to work on, and the first thing is the host page and the second is the final touches and making sure that the website looks good on both desktop and mobile devices. So if I click on the start host page here, there's a 4.4 of course because that page doesn't exist yet. So let's go here to the code editor, and in here I'm gonna go for source app, and then in here I'm gonna create a new folder host. This is going to host a new file, page.tsx rfc. This is going to be a host dashboard page, and I'm getting rid of any extra code here. Let's go here. We do have the host dashboard page here now, so let's start building it. Here we have a link from next link. Then we have a Prisma from libprisma. Of course, we have a require user from auth. We have a badge check. Also building to, and then also $, and finally sparkles. Then we also have page intro component that we created. We also have stat card. There you go. We have empty state, and we also have UI shell. A lot of imports for this page, yeah, because this page is going to do a lot of things. So here, this is going to be export default async function, and in here we are gonna do const user is equal to await require user. There you go. Const listing is equal to await prisma dot listing dot find many, and in here we're gonna say where user ID is user dot ID, and order by is going to be created at and descending, means the last one shows up first. And here const listing count is equal to listings. Actually, this needs to say, yeah, listings here. So listings dot length. There you go. Then here you go for const average nightly rate is equal to listing count. If that exists, then math dot round, and in here we're going for something listings dot reduce, and inside we have two, total and listing. And for each iteration we're going to run this, we're gonna keep the total, and then we're gonna keep adding listing dot price per night to the total, and then we're gonna start from 0. Hold on, not here, here. Yeah, we're gonna start from 0, and then at the end finally we're gonna divide everything on listing count. There you go. So this is our average nightly rate, and if that is not, if this is what when it's true, but when it's not true, then we simply say 0. That's it. And then here we have const total capacity is equal to listings dot reduce. We have two again here, total and listing. Run an arrow function on that. So total plus listings, listing, this one here, listing dot guest count, and we start from 0. And then here we finally have the return. The return is going to have a main, which is going to have a class name. So this is going to be UI shell dot page container. Then we have page intro there, and this is going to have a badge. So if you go here, you check, these are all of the things that you need: key, icon, action, title, and description. So the badge is going to be host workspace. Then you have icon, That's going to be sparkles here. Then you have title, and that's gonna be something like welcome back user dot name. Yeah, welcome back username if that exists, otherwise it's gonna say host. Then we have description, and that's going to be manage your homes, publish new listings, and keep every stay ready for guests. Save it. I'm gonna go to the browser here. So this is, there you go, host workspace. There we have this, and we have this text here. Let's keep going. So after this page intro, we're gonna do a section, and that's going to be some classes like margin top dash 5 here, then grid, then we have gap of 3 on small screen sizes. It's going to be grid calls 2. Then we have large screen sizes. It's going to be grid calls 3. Grid dash calls dash 3. Here we have stat card, and this is going to be label. The label is going to be active listings. We have a value, which is going to be listing count. Then we have an icon, building 2. I'm going to duplicate it a couple of times. This one label becomes average nightly rate, and this one here becomes average nightly rate, and we add a dollar sign to that. Then the icon here becomes dollar sign. Lastly here, this one goes total guest capacity. Value here is going to be total capacity, and the icon here is gonna be badge check. Save it. I'm gonna go to the browser here, and there you go. It looks amazing. Let's go here, and after this section here, we're gonna have a div here. Class name is going to be margin top dash 6 grid. Then you have gap of 6 on extra large screen size. It's going to be grid dash calls, and it's going to be a custom value as 1.1 fraction underscore 1 fraction. Open that here, and here we are going to have some more components that we have not created yet. So here it's going to be host section. There you go. Then here you're going to have a listing form. So p tag here, listing form. Yeah, the host section basically is gonna end here, just like that. There you go. Right, let's go ahead and create the host section component. Let's go to the source components, create a new folder here called host, and in here we're gonna create host-section.tsx, and inside that we're gonna type host section props is equal to this type, and that title is going to be string. Then we have description, string. Then we have action. That's going to be React node. And we have children. That's going to be React node as well. And this is going to be imported as type. Now in here, export function host section, we have a title, description, action, children, and it's going to be a type of host section props. Go here, open the function children. Yeah, spelling mistake here once again. All right, now here return section class name is going to be rounded dash 3xl. We have border ink 200, bg surface padding 5, and shadow is going to be small. Then on medium screen sizes the padding is going to be 6. There you go. Inside this here we're going to have a div class name margin bottom dash 5 flex wrap items start justify between and gap of 3. Let's go inside div open h2 here class names text dash large font dash semi bold text ink 900 medium screen size it's going to be text dash xl, and here it's going to be title. After the h2 we have description. So if the description exists we're going for the p tag, otherwise it's just null. So the p tag is going to be class name margin top dash 1 text dash small text ink 600, and the p tag is going to be description. Now here after this div here we're going for action. So if the action exists we're going for a div, otherwise it's just null, and the div is going for action here. So action, and then finally after this div here we are going for children. There you go, and that's pretty much it. Let's go back here, and in here I'm gonna uncomment this one and this one, and I'm gonna hold on host section. Am I exporting that? Yeah, export function host. Yeah, it's good to go. This can be removed for now. So there host section, there you go, and I'm gonna put that there. So this is going to have a few props like title. There is going to be create a listing, and then it's going to have a description which is going to be add a professionally presented listing with photos, pricing, and guest details. This is going there, and I'm gonna check. There you go. We have this panel here, and we need to create this listing form next. But before that, I'm gonna come down here, and after this host section here, I'm gonna grab another host section, and inside that there are going to be title, your listings, then you have a description that's going to be update, review, or remove homes from your hosting portfolio. And then in here in this one we're going to have a link. Href for this link is going to be root. It's going to say view guest experience, and this is going to hold some classes like rounded dash full, border, border inc 300, px3, py 1.5, text access, font dash semi bold, text inc 700, transition on hover is going to be bg dash inc 50. All right, actually there's one thing we can do. We can just grab this link from here. We should not add that as a child. Instead, what we can do is we can add action in here and open that there and put that there. That's the action. And then inside here, we can add the children, and that would be a div class name space dash y dash 3 dash 3. There you go. Open that div and you go for something like listings dot length. If that is equal to 0, we go for this, otherwise we go for this. So p tag here and p tag here, and this one, yeah, in this one we're going for empty state, and this is going to be title, no listings yet, and then we also have a description here. Description is going to be fill in the form to publish your first property. There you go. And now in here we are going for something listings dot map listing index arrow function. Open that, and here we have for now just a p tag, so host listing item. That's going to be the component that we're gonna make in here. Host listing item. Yeah, save it. Let's go here, and there you go, listing form here. And if there's, because I haven't published any listing yet, so that's why I cannot see anything here. Once we have this functionality done, the listing form, then we're going to see everything in here. All right, then let's get started working on the listing form. So let's go to our code editor, and I'm gonna close this one, and I'm gonna go to source components, and in here I'm going to create the file listing-form.tsx. There you go. So now, first of all, it's going to be a client component, then use state, use form status, image up, also from Lucid React, and then we have save image. There you go. Type for this one is going to be listing form props is equal to this type, action form data, hold on, there you go. And then this is going to be a promise, which is going to be void. Submit label string, submitting label string, initial values. This is going to be an object, title string, category string, description string, location value string, price per night string, guest count string. Sorry, guest count is going to be a number, and price per night also is going to be a number. Room count number, bathroom count number, image src is going to be a string, image gallery is going to be a string. Export function listing form, open that, and here we have action. Submit label is equal to publish listing. Submitting label is going to be publishing initial values. And this all things are going to be listing form props. Open that. And now one thing to remember here, that this form is going to use Uploadthing for the media, and we're going to be doing some work for that as well. So there are going to be a bunch of files that we're going to need to create in order to this whole thing to work. So yeah, bear with me. So first of all, here const gallery images set gallery images equal to use state. It's going to be an string array of strings. Open that, and in here it's going to be initial values. If they exist, then we are going for array dot from new set. Open that, and this is going to be something like dot dot dot, hold on, initial values dot image gallery. If that's true, good. Otherwise it's just empty array. And then dot 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 initial values dot image source. If that is there, then it's going to be initial values, hold on, dot image source. Otherwise it's going to be an empty array. And then after the array ends, we're going to use dot filter boolean in here. Then we are only using one simple array. So that's pretty much it for this one. And there is, so this is in case of true, and this is in case of false. And then once it is true, then we add dot slice here, actually not here, yeah, here dot slice, and that's going to be 0 to 10. We are only keeping 10 photos and no more than that. Now after that, here we have const upload error and set upload error is equal to use state, an empty state here. Then we have const is drag active, set is drag active is equal to use state, and by default that's false. Now in here we're going for the return, and inside the return we have the form and action. Of course we're going to need to create that action, but that's later. Class is going to be margin top dash 4 grid gap 3. On medium screen size it's going to be grid calls 2. Open the form here, and in here we're gonna have input types. So input, actually field input, and we're gonna need to create this. So actually, let's create them first before we move on to creating the form here. So at the end of this file means after this function here, let's go for type field input props is equal to, we could of course create a new file to do this, but we're doing that at the bottom of the same file. So name, string, label, string, placeholder, string, type, string, minimum, number, default value, string or a number. After that, function field input. Here we have name, label, placeholder, type is equal to text by default, min, default value, going to be a type of field input props. Yeah, messed up there. ELD. Field input props. There you go. Open that. And now in here we have return. We have a label first of all. There you go. Give it a class name of grid gap 1.5. Inside the label we have a span. Here we adding the label, giving it some class names as text-access, font medium, text-ink 600. There you go. After the span we have input. So the type here we have actually name, going for the name here, then it's going to be required always. Then we have the type. There goes the type. And we have min. There goes min. Placeholder. Placeholder. There you go. Default value. Default value. After that, here we have class name. Rounded dash XL. Border. Border ink 300. PX 3. PY2. Text small. Text ink 900. Outline none. Transition placeholder text-ink 400. There you go. On focus, it's going to be border brand 400. And also on focus, it's going to be ring 2. Ring dash 2. And on focus, it's going to be ring brand 100. That's pretty much it for the label. And now I'm going down here and let's create a new type. Field text area props is equal to this type. Open that. Name, string, label, string, placeholder, string, class name, string, default value, string. Now in here, function field text area, we have name, label, placeholder, class name, default value, and field text area props. Open the function and we have a return. Inside we have a label. Give it some class names like grid gap-1.5. Also class name if that exists, otherwise just is empty. Inside the label we have a span here, class name text-xs, font-medium, text ink 600. Here we have label. After the span, here we have text area. Name here is going to be name. It's going to be required. Placeholder is going to be placeholder. Default value is going to be default value. Rows are going to be 4 by default, and class name is going to be rounded-xl. Border ink 300, px3 py2, text small, text ink 900, outline none, transition, and placeholder text ink 400, focus border brand 400, focus ring 2, focus ring brand 100. And we do not need the ID here, so let's get rid of that. And in here, yeah, let's get rid of that too actually, and let's use it self-closing text area. Let's come down here and we're gonna go for function submit button, and we have submit label and submit label and submitting label, these two things. And these are going to be submit label is going to be a string, and submitting label is going to be a string as well. And finally we open the function here. So this, yeah, s should be small here. There you go. Here we are gonna go for something like const pending is equal to use form status, and return button type is going to be submit for this, disabled when pending. Class name is going to be rounded-xl bg brand 500 px4 py 2.5 text dash small font dash semi bold text dash white transition hover. It's going to be bg dash brand 600. On disable it's going to be cursor not allowed. Also on disable it's going to be opacity 70, and on medium screen sizes it's going to be call span 2. Then in here inside I'm gonna say pending submitting label, if not then submit label. Simple. And now we get to create the form. So let's go up here, and out inside this form let's create the first field input. There you go. So it's gonna be name, title, hold on, yeah, The name is going to be title with a small t, and then we have a label title. Placeholder is going to be stylish loft near downtown. We have default value, which is going to be initial values dot title. All right, and I would love to see that in action actually. So if I go to page.tsx file here, we need this form there, not here, but here. So I'm gonna import it. So I'm here gonna put action here. That action is going to come listing form. Actually, hold on. So we have this form here, and there you go. We have this action and submit label. They are both coming from here by default values. And yeah, need the action, and that action needs to go here, and we haven't created that action yet. Okay, so if I get rid of this, and if I go here, well, the form is there, and the only thing that matters for now is just the UI. We can create the action later. Wonderful. Let's get rid of this here. Let's go here, and there you go. Fantastic. Let's go back here, and where is that? Yeah. So after this field input here, I'm gonna have another field input there. It's going to be name, category, label, category. Placeholder is going to be apartment, villa, cabin, something like that. Then default value is going to be initial values dot category. Then after that, here we have a div. Class name is going to be rounded dash to XL border, not BG border. Border ink 200, BG surface muted and with the opacity of 40, P3. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be call span 2, and on medium, it's going to be padding dash 4. So let's go inside. We have p tag here, margin bottom dash 2, text dash small, font dash medium, text ink 800, and this is gonna say listing gallery. After the p here, we have a label here. The label is going to hold some classes. In here, flex height is 36, width is full, cursor, pointer. Then we have flex dash call, items dash center, justify center, gap of 2, rounded to XL, border 2. We have border dashed. Then we have px4, text center, transition, and then we have something is drag active. If that is the case, we're going for this. Otherwise, we're going for this. So in the true case, we're going for border brand 400. There you go. And BG brand 50 with the opacity of 40. And in case of false, we're going for border ink dash 300, BG dash surface, and on hover it's going to be border brand 300. All right. Now there are a few more things that are needed here. So in here, I'm gonna say on drag over, it's going to be event In here, I'm gonna say event dot prevent default, and set is drag active to true. Save it, and I'm gonna reload the window. There you go. And then after that, we have on drag leave. This is also going to be an arrow function. So this is gonna be set is drag active to false. Then after that, we have another one on drop. It's event, open that, go for the function here again. We have event dot prevent default. Then we also have set is drag active to false, and we have void. And there's one thing actually that we are going to do that's gonna take a few steps before we do that. So I'm gonna ignore this void for now, and we're gonna get back to this later. So here I'm gonna go inside the label now, and I'm gonna go create a simple input with the type of file. We are gonna accept image slash asterisk. Then we can add multiple. We can also add class hidden here. Then on change, we are going for an arrow function, which is going to take event as a parameter. And here we're going to add void 2, which I'm going to avoid for now, as we haven't done that part yet. But for now, we're going to say event dot current target dot value is equal to empty string. Simple. After this input, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go for image up, and this is going to be something like class name height dash 6 width dash 6 text brand 500. Save it. Let's go here. So basically this is what we are creating, and initially this is eventually this is going to be configured with the upload thing, and that is what this here. We're going to write a couple of functions here, but we haven't created that functions because in order to create those functions we need a couple of other files that we're going to create first. So there's a lot of steps involved in order to create those functions, and of course we need an account on the upload thing. So I'm going to walk you through that in a bit, so just hold on. Right, so after this image up, we have this p here, class name text small, font semi bold, text ink 800, and this is going to be drag and drop images or click to upload. After the p, we have another p here, class name text dash xs, text ink 500, and here we're gonna say up to 10 images, each max 4 megabytes. And here we're gonna write something which is not done yet, and we will actually, hold on, let me, yeah, it's going to be something like is uploading. We're gonna say uploading, otherwise it's going to be an empty string. So that is what is going to be added here once we have those functions, because this thing is going to be dependent on those functions. So yeah, save it. Let's go here. So this is our drag and drop images or click to upload. If I click on that, there you go. All right, let's go to the code editor in here, and after this label we're gonna have input, And this is going to have a name of image src, and we have a value of gallery images. It's going to be 0. If that is true, it's good. Otherwise, it's just null, empty. And it's going to be read only and required. And then we have hidden, right? So this gallery images is coming from this here, gallery images, set gallery images, right? And then here we have another input, and name for this one is going to be image gallery. Value is going to be json.stringify gallery images. And again, it's going to be read only and hidden. It's not required. If we go here, we are not going to say anything because those are hidden, right? So then after that, here, basically after this here drop zone, we are gonna display the images that are uploaded to the drop zone. But we are not going to do that now because there is no way for us to test that yet. And we're gonna need to do that after the upload thing is set up and running. So we're gonna skip that part for now and we're gonna move on. And we're gonna get rid of these things here and only put a comment like drop zone images here, right? So after this div here, I'm gonna have field input. Actually, not field input, but field text area. There you go. And this one is going to go for name, location value. Label is going to be location. Placeholder is e.g Miami, United States. And we have default value, which is going to be initial values dot location value. Saving it. Let's go here. This is the location that we have. Wonderful. Now here we have a field input and name, location, value. Label is location. And yeah, don't worry, I accidentally put these values here and this needs to go here. So that's what I'm doing here. So here, location, then placeholder is going to be the same, e.g Miami, United States. And default value is going to be initial values dot location value, and this needs to be changed to description here. Placeholder is going to be describe what guests can expect from this stay, and the default value in this one is going to be initial values dot description. Save it. Let's go here. There you go. Let's go back here, and after this field input, we're gonna have a field input like here again, name, price per night. Label is going to be price per night. Type is going to be a number, and minimum 10. Placeholder is going to be 250, and default value is going to be initial values dot price per night. Save it. Let's go here, and this all looks weird, and the reason is because this needs to be full width. So let's do that. Here, class name is going to be on medium screen sizes, and onward it's going to be call dash span dash 2. Save it. Let's go here, and This is how it looks. Wonderful. Right, let's keep moving. After this file field input, we're gonna have another field input. I'm just gonna grab this here. The name changes to guest count. The label changes to guests. Type still number, minimum 1. Placeholder changes to 4, and default value here changes to guest count. I'm gonna duplicate it once again. We have room count here. Rooms minimum is going to be 1 here, and placeholder is going to be 2 here. Default value here we have room count. And lastly, we need another one that is for bathroom count. Bathrooms number minimum 1, placeholder is also 1. Default value we have bathroom count. And then finally after that, here we have submit button. So we go for submit label, submit label, submitting label, submitting label. And that's pretty much it for this form. If we go here, now you get to see the complete form. We have everything ready to go. Let's go to the code editor, and in here right now I am going to minimize everything here, and let's go to source, then app, and then in here we go to API, and in here we're going to create a new folder inside the API that is going to be Uploadthing, as that is the one important crucial part that we need to make sure that this form is done. So let's go to the Uploadthing folder and create a new file in here. That is going to be core.ts. And 2 files here, basically core.ts and also route.ts. So let's go to the core.ts. Here, import create upload thing, also type file router from uploadthing /next. Next we go for const f is equal to create uploadthing, and then we go for export const our file router is equal to this object here, which is going to be image uploader function, and that's going to take another object. Image is going to be an object once again. Max file size is going to be 4 megabytes, and then max file count is going to be 10. Capital C, sorry. Max file count, right? Then in here we're gonna say dot on upload complete async. We're gonna run an arrow function which is going to take the file as a parameter, and then the arrow function goes here. Open that, return URL file.url. Then after this here, satisfies file router and export type our file router is equal to type of our file router. There you go. So that's pretty much it that we need inside this core.ts file. And now we need a few things in the route.ts file. So import is going to be create route handler from the Uploadthing next. Also, it's going to be our file router from the core. Then export const. It's going to be get and post is equal to create router handler. Open the object in here, and we're saying router is our file router. There you go. That's pretty much it for this file as well. Now we're going to close this file, also this file, and I'm going to minimize everything. Let's go to the source. Then let's go to the lib folder, and in here I'm going to create the file uploadthing.ts. And now this is the file we're going to write a few more code about the upload thing, of course. Import, and we're going to write generate upload button from upload thing, and also generate upload drop zone. There you go. And also generate React helpers. There you go. And now we also are going to import type our file router and export const upload button is equal to generate upload button. And in here we're gonna say our file router. There you go. Also export const upload drop zone is equal to generate upload drop zone, our file router. There you go. And finally export const use upload thing is equal to generate React helpers, our file router, and there you go. So this one is giving us property does not exist on type read only get router config. Okay, and the issue could be that T, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Use upload thing. So this file is done, and now we can move on to our listing form. So here we need another thing, and that is use upload thing. There you go. We just imported that now. So in here, inside, yeah, there you go, listing there. Yeah, in here before the return statement, we're gonna say const start upload is uploading. These two things is equal to use upload thing, and in here we're gonna say image uploader. Actually no, here then we're gonna use the second parameter, and then on client upload complete we're gonna say res here and open that const urls is equal to if res here exists, then that's good, otherwise it's just an empty array. And then on that we're doing dot map if that exists. Item dot ufs url, and here we're gonna put an question mark here, or item dot url, or it's just going to be an empty. And then when that is done, we're going to run a filter function on that, filter method on that, and that is going to go for boolean, and that's pretty much it. And then here after that we're going for set gallery images is going to be previous. I'm gonna another parenthesis there, arrow function array dot from here new set, and this is going to be dot 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 previous dot 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 URLs. And when both of these are done, we're gonna go for dot slice 0 to 10. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's no problem. Then in here, down there, we're gonna go for set upload error, and this is going to be for now just an empty string. I'm gonna put a comma here, and then we're gonna go for on upload error. It's going to be an error arrow function here. Open that. Set upload error is going to be error dot message, and we're done with this. And now the next thing that we need to do is async function handle file upload. There you go. We have files, file list, or file as an array, or simply null. Open that. Const list is equal to files. If that are available, we're going for array dot from files. Otherwise, it's just an empty array. Then we have if list dot length is identical to 0, we return from the function simply. It doesn't do anything. And if gallery images dot length plus list dot length is more than 10, set upload error. You can upload up to 10 images per listing, and we return from that. Right after this if statement, if list dot sum file arrow function in here, file dot type dot starts with image slash. In that case, we're going for set upload error. Please upload an image file. We're just making sure that we are not allowing any other file types in here. So return from that as well. And then again, if list dot sum file dot size is more than 4 multiplied by 1024 multiplied by 1024 means 4 megabytes. Then we set upload error again. Image must be 4 MB or smaller, and we return from that. And when there are no errors, we simply say set upload error to null, and we simply say await start upload list dot slice 0 to 10 minus gallery images dot length. There you go. All right, I'm gonna copy this name handle file upload, and I'm gonna scroll down here, and here I'm gonna say void handle file upload event dot data transfer dot files. There you go. And also, yeah, I'm doing the prevent default. Okay, it's set to false. Perfect. Now here, actually, hold on. Yeah, on this. Yeah, on this. Yeah, there you go. Void. So we're gonna go void here again. Event dot target dot files. Right, and we have event dot current target value is set to an empty string here. And now in here we can uncomment this, and we can put this here is uploading, And if it is uploading, then it's going to show this, otherwise it's an empty string. And where do we have the error now? It is showing that there is an error. Hold on, let me scroll down. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any errors. And why this is red? Maybe that's why. No, this wasn't the reason. Yeah, because of this priv implicitly has any. I'm just gonna go with this for now, just to get rid of that error. And there you go. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this. Let's go for upload thing. Click on that. I'm going to go for get started for free here, and I'm gonna sign in with GitHub. And I already have signed up with my GitHub and all that. And actually, I'm gonna do that here. Give me a moment. All right, I have logged in into the GitHub, and I'm gonna go and sign in with GitHub here. There you go. And I'm gonna go to the settings of this, and I'm gonna delete this zone. Actually, there's no need to delete that. I'm gonna go to the overview. Before, let's go to the upload thing here. I'm gonna create a new app. I'm gonna name it Airbnb YT. Free. Everything else can stay the same. And then you can just click on create app. There you go. Now you go to the API keys and you copy your API key from here. And then you go to your files, go to the env, and here you put your upload thing token along with your API key. And that's pretty much it. Once you are done, go back here. I'm going to click on the files. There's no file yet. We are in the Airbnb clone. No, hold on. We should be in the Airbnb YT. I'm going for the again here, and let me make sure that we are using the correct one. All right, let's go back, click on files, Airbnb YT, and now in here, what I'm gonna do is do a refresh once, stylish loft. There you go, apartment, and this is going to have some from the images listing. Let's see these two. I'm gonna open up, and it says uploading. Let's see. Matter of fact, it might have done that, but we don't know it yet. We don't know that yet, and there is no way for us to know if that has been uploaded or there was an error. So that is the thing that we're going to do now. So let's go to our code editor, and in here we're gonna go to, where is that? Yeah, drop zone. So this is what we're going to work on now. So we're gonna say that if gallery images dot length is more than 0, then we are doing this, otherwise we are doing this. Simple. I'm gonna open up this one, and let's have it div. Class name is going to be margin top dash 3 space y2, and then open this div, have a p tag, give it some class names, text dash small, text emerald 700, open that, and in here we're gonna go for gallery images dot length, and also image, gallery images dot length, that is more than 1. We are going for S, otherwise it's just empty. And we're going to put ready here. After this p tag here, we have a div tag. Give it some class names like height dash scroll bar. Then we have flex, gap 2, overflow, x auto, and padding bottom 1. Open the div, and here we have gallery images dot map, and this is going to be image and index arrow function, immediate return, and that is going to be a div with the key of, we're going to go for image dash, yeah, here dash something like that, index. There you go. Then we have class name here, relative. Open the div. Here we have save image, and then we're going for source image. Alt is going to be uploaded listing image index plus 1. Then after the alt we have width of 240, height of 160, and class names are height dash 16, width dash 24. We have rounded LG, then we have border, then we have border ink 200, object cover. There you go. After the div, here we have button, class name. Sorry, not after the button, but after the save image here. So after the save image, we have button. Class names are going to be absolute minus right 1.5 minus top 1.5, rounded full, border, border ink 200, bg surface, px 1.5, py 0.5, text dash to excel, change dash to custom value of 10 pixels, font dash semi bold, text ink 700, on hover is going to be bg dash ink dash 100, and then we have area label, which is going to be remove image index plus 1, and we have not done anything for this remove image, by the way. That is something that we're going to do in a minute. So here we're going to go for simply an X. That's simple. And then finally here we're going to go for type button, and on click is going to be something remove image, and it's going to take the image, and we haven't created this yet, so keep that in mind, please. So this remove image isn't available yet. That we're going to do now here. So function remove image, image URL, it's going to be a string, then set gallery images previous, arrow function here, previous dot filter image, and then in here we're going for image not identical to image URL. You're eliminating that, and that's pretty much it. Now this remove image is being used here, and now in the false area, we're gonna go here, create a p tag. We're gonna say class name is going to be margin top dash 2, text small, text ink 600, and we're gonna say upload at least one image. The first image is used as the cover photo. And then after the p tag and this thing here, this condition, we go for something like upload error. If that exists, we're going for the p. If it doesn't, we simply say null. And in here, class margin top dash 2, text small, text red 600, and we simply say here upload error. And now if we move here, let's do a reload here, make sure that we have the latest everything. And stylish loft near downtown, there you go. This is going to be an apartment. And then in here we're gonna select desktop images from here to here. Let's say the images open. It says uploading, but we have nothing here yet. If we go here, inspect console, we have no errors here either. So if I go back here, and so basically this part that we have, we already have that, but seems like, okay, let's do one more test actually. So I'm gonna click on that, and here upload, it's uploading, and it's done. It's not showing us anything. If I go to the upload thing here, refresh, so we do have the files, but it doesn't showcase that. And seems like, okay, let me get rid of these, and let me let me see. Okay, so if we go here, so this is not picking up the gallery images. Seems like we do have the images in the upload thing, but gallery images is not being set correctly. So this set gallery image, wherever we are using that, so set gallery image here. And yeah, this is kind of grayed out. Oh, I got it. So this basically is, this column shouldn't be here. So yeah, and there's no need for any. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. I treated it like it's a type. No, like our object property and value something. No, it's a function. It's what we are. It's a setter in our state. All right, save it. Let's go back here. Stylish loft near downtown. I'm gonna refresh it once again. Near downtown, it's going to be a villa, let's say. And I'm going to add a few images to this one. Open, uploading. We should see the result here. If everything is good. Yeah, we do. Fantastic. Excellent job. And we should see all of these 4 images in here as well. We sure do. And this is the link to the image. Wonderful job. But of course, you can anticipate that this publish listing button is not going to work, because if we go here, we have no action attached to our form. And the action part is that we need to do now. So let's do that. All right, now I'm gonna say form action is going to be action that we are using here. Hold on. And that should be, come on, where is that? Yeah, there you go. This is the action. And now we need to pull that into our, okay, where is our app? And then there we have our host and page.tsx. So on this listing form, we should have that action. And the action that we're going to create, that is create listing. So let's go to our actions file. I'm gonna go to the very bottom. I'm gonna write export async function create listing form data. I'm gonna open that. Now const user is equal to await require user. There you go here. And now basically we need another a helper function here for that. And let's go function parsed listing gallery. It's gonna take a raw gallery form data entry value or simply null here. And then we're gonna go for the try and catch block. There you go. Inside the try, I'm gonna go for const value is equal to JSON dot parse string raw gallery. If that is there, good. If not, then simply an empty array as a string and return array dot is array value. If that's true, then value, otherwise an empty array. And inside the catch block, we're going for return an empty array. Now in here, we go for const parsed gallery is equal to parsed listing gallery. And here we give it form data dot get image gallery. There you go. Now const parsed is equal to listing schema and listing schema, which of course we haven't created yet. We're gonna create that in a minute. Dot save parse, and there you go. And now we need that listing schema. So let's go to the top where we have all of our schemas there. I'm gonna go for const listing schema is equal to z dot object. Open that. We have a title z dot string dot min 5. There you go. We have description z dot string dot min 10. There you go. We have image src z dot string and dot url. Then we have image gallery z dot array, and inside that I'm gonna go for z dot string dot url, and in here dot min 1 dot max 10, and we go for the category next z dot string dot min 2 room count z dot squares dot number dot integer dot min. There you go. Bathroom count z dot squares dot number dot integer dot min 1. There you go. Then we have guest count z dot squares dot number dot integer dot min and has 1. Then next we have location value z dot string dot min 2 and price per night z dot squares dot number dot integer dot min and 10 in here. And this needs to be, yeah, something like that. All right, so that is our listing schema. Now we can go to the bottom here, and that listing schema is there. We go for something like title form data dot get title description form data dot get description image src form data dot get image src image gallery is going to be parsed gallery that we just created above. Then category is going to be form data dot get category. Room count is going to be form data dot get room count. Bathroom count is going to be form data dot get bathroom count. Guest count is going to be form data dot get guest count. Then we have location value here, form data dot get location value. Then we have price per night, form data dot get price per night. And then finally after that, if parsed dot success isn't true, then in that case we throw new error invalid listing payload. Await Prisma dot listing dot create. We open that, and in here we say data, and we are going for dot 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 parsed dot data. User ID is going to be user dot ID. And now come down here and we're gonna go for revalidate path, and it's going to be root, and then revalidate path, it's going to be slash host, and that should be it. And this create listing is going to be used here, which needs to be imported from, there you go, create listing, and everything seems good. Let's go here. I'm gonna refresh, and on the new panel here I'm gonna npx Prisma Studio. Now let's go to the listing in here, and we have all the demo stays in here. So let's go here and try adding stylish loft near downtown. Let me refresh once. Yeah. Then here we have villa. I'm gonna add a few more images. Let's say from here to here. Description is, this is some description here. Miami, United States, 250 here, 4 here, 2 here, 1 here. All of the images are here, and we should be ready to go. Publish listing. And there is one active listing. Average nightly rate is there. Total capacity guest is there. We do have this one error. Yeah, this thing. We are gonna fix that. So don't worry about that. That's just about a unique key. That's not even an issue. And now the only thing matters for us is that that should be displayed over here. So if I refresh it, and there you go, this is the ID villa, some description, and the images are available here, which are uploaded to here in Uploadthing. If I refresh, there should be more. There are. This is amazing, guys. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job. And now there's the next thing, this host listing item. Since we already have created a listing, now we should be able to display that listing over here inside the your listings card. And then there are a couple of more server actions, one to delete, which I guess we already have done, and then another to edit the listing. So it's going to be amazing, guys. All right, now we work on the host listing item component, and let's go here in our code editor. And so this is the part that we need to create. And for that, we're going to go to our source components host, and in here I'm going to create a new file, host dash listing dash item.tsx. And now in here we're gonna go for something like import, actually link. We have bed double, we have bot, also users, also map pin, pencil, as well as trash too. There you go. And we also import save image. There you go. Let's define the type here. Host listing item props is equal to, here we go for listing. Here open the object, id is going to be a string, title string, description string, image src string, price per night is going to be in number, category is going to be a string, guest count number, room count number, and bathroom count also number. And in here I'm gonna go for index is also a number. Now in here, export function host listing item. Inside that we have listing as well as index. It's going to be a type of host listing prop, host listing item props. Open that. Here we have return. Inside that we have article. Let's give it some class names like host dash listing dash card. That's some custom class. Rounded 3xl. Border ink 200, bg surface, padding dash 4, shadow small, transition on hover it's going to be shadow medium, screen size is going to be padding dash 5. Open the article here and we have a div here. It's going to have class name of grid calls, let's say 1 for now, change it to custom, that is 160px underscore 1 fraction. We have gap of 4 on medium screen sizes. It's going to be grid calls 2, for example, change it to 220px underscore 1 fraction. After that, here we have on medium gap 5. And on this article I'm gonna use a style here, and inside here I'm gonna go for animation delay. It's going to be math.min index multiplied by 70 and 420 here. And finally here I'm gonna put ms animation delay. There you go. We have this div, open that div, and in here we have a link. That link is going to have class name overflow dash hidden, rounded 2xl, border ink 200. All right. Also to this link we are going to provide an href slash listings slash listing dot id. There you go. Open the link here, and here we have save image. Source is going to be listing.image source. Alt is going to be listing.title. We have also width, which is 640 pixels, height 420 pixels without the px, and class name height dash full. Minimum height is going to be 44, also width dash full, and object covered. Save it. And now I'm gonna go back here onto the page, and in here I'm gonna get rid of this p tag. Instead, use this and host a listing item. There you go. And for this one, I'm gonna go for key is going to be listing.id, and also listing is going to be listing here simply, and index is going to be index. I'm gonna save it. Let's go here, refresh it, and it's refreshed, and there you go. We have the image. The listing that we created is available here and can be seen. And now there are things. Yeah, the link is working as well perfectly. There you go. Everything is working amazing. All right, let's go to the hosting page back again. And by the way, if you notice, if you click on manage hosting, you see the skeleton of the home page. I'm gonna refresh it. There you go. See the loading screen of home page, and you can, by the way, change that by creating a loading.tsx file within this host page, within this host directory. But I'm not gonna do that in the project. That's completely up to you. So I'm gonna go back here on the item. Now here after the link, I'm gonna create another link. I'm gonna give it some class names like minimum dash width dash 0, and then inside that I have a p tag. I'm gonna give it some class names like inline dash flex rounded dash full bg brand 50 px 2.5 py1 text access font dash semi bold and text brand 700. Now to this link here, we're gonna say href slash listings slash listing.id there. And now the p tag is going to say something like listing.category. There you go. There's the category. All right, after this link, actually, let's say inside that, and after the p tag here, we're gonna create an h3. Class name is going to be margin top dash 2 text lg. Font is going to be semi bold. Leading is tight, and text ink 900. Open that. Here we have listing dot title. Then after the h3 we have a p tag again. I'm gonna give it some class names. Margin top dash 2, inline dash flex, items center, gap 1.5. Text is going to be 0.8 rem. Text ink 600. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be text 0.9 rem. Open the p tag here, and in that we have a map pin. Class name is going to be h-4 width-4. There you go. And then you have a listing dot location value. And it seems like we have missed that, so that needs to be here, like location value. It's going to be a string. There you go. Now after this p tag here, I'm gonna go for a div, give it some class names like margin top dash 3, flex, flex wrap, item center, gap x3, gap y 1.5. There you go. Gap 1.5 here. Text small, text ink 600. Open the div here and we have a span. Give it some class names like inline dash flex, items center, gap 1.5. Open the span. We have users, class name h dash 3.5, width dash 3.5, text ink 500. After the users, here we have listing dot guest count. After this span, we have another span. Class name is going to be h dash 1, width dash 1, rounded full, bg ink 300, and area hidden, and this is going to be a self-closing div. And I'm gonna duplicate it once, and here I'm gonna create another span, and that's going to be something like this. There you go. This is going to be changed to bed double, and instead of guest count, it's gonna be room count. Then we have this and another this here, and it's gonna be bath here and bathroom count here. I'm gonna save it here and I'm gonna go here. So there you go. You have number of guests, number of room counts, and number of bathroom counts as well. Everything is looking very, very good. And now here, let's create a p tag. Class name is going to be line dash clamp 2, text small, leading relaxed, text ink 600. On medium, it's going to be column span 2. And in here, it's going to be listing dot description. Save it. Let's go here. And this is some description. This is exactly what I put in there. Awesome. So after this p tag here, I'm going to create a div. Class name is going to be flex items and justify between border dash t, border ink 200, padding top is also 3, and on medium screen size it's going to be call span dash 2. Div here, class name flex items center gap of 2. Let's go inside. We have a link here, href slash host slash listings slash listing.it, and here we're gonna say edit. This is gonna move us to the edit page, which we haven't created yet. So yeah, then in here I'm gonna go for class name. That's going to be inline dash flex items center gap of 2, rounded lg px2 py 1.5, text small, font semi bold, text ink 700, transition, and on hover it's going to be bg ink 100. In here it's going to be, actually no, let's simply say edit, and before that here we need pencil. Class name are going to be h-4 and width-4. All right, save it. Let's go here. There you go. We have our edit button, which of course doesn't work yet. So I'm gonna go back here. After this link here, I'm gonna create a form, and inside this form we have an input type, actually input type hidden. Yeah, name is going to be listing ID, value is going to be listing.it. We have a button, class name is going to be inline dash flex, items center gap of 2, rounded lg, px2, py 1.5, text small, font semi bold, text red 600, transition, and on hover it's going to be bg red 50. The button has a trash to icon, class name height dash 4, width dash 4, and it says delete. Let's go here. There you go. And now here after the form we have this div. So after closing this div, here we're gonna create a p tag. Class name is going to be text dash large, font semi bold, text ink 900. Open the p tag. We have listing dot price per night, and we have span tag here, class name margin left dash 1, text small, font medium, text ink 600, and this is going to say slash night. All right, so this is how it looks. And now we need to work on the delete and edit stuff. So first of all, I'm gonna work on the delete thing because that is pretty simpler as compared to the edit page. So in here, for the delete, where it is, yeah, there you go. I'm gonna need to create a action, and for that we need the action name here. That is going to be delete listing. In this case, I'm going to copy that, go to the actions page, and now after the create list here, I'm going to create a export async function delete listing form data, and open the function here. Const user is equal to await require user. Then we have const listing ID is equal to string form data dot get listing ID. If that exists, wonderful. If not, simply an empty string. If listing ID doesn't exist, throw new error, listing ID is missing. Then here finally we go for await Prisma dot listing dot delete many where ID is listing ID and user ID is user.id. Now after that, here we're going for revalidate path, the root, as well as revalidate path / host, and that's it. Now if we go back here, I need to import this, and that's pretty much it. Now if I go back here, refresh it once, click on the delete button, that's gone. That's gone. Refresh it, there's nothing in here. So stylish loft near downtown apartment. I'm gonna click here and I'm going to select these ones for now. And let's say I'm going for lorem ipsum text. Come on, come on. Yeah, there you go. Copy the text here, paste that text here. Images are there. It's going to be Miami, United States, 300, 7, 4, 5 actually, and there are like 5 bathrooms. Publish listing, and there you go. Everything is here, render night, and everything that we just put there. And if we click on that, there you go. Apartment is the category here, and the slider is working smoothly. Total maximum 7 guests. Let's try that. Yep, we cannot add more than that. And everything is working as expected. Wonderful. Now let's start working on the edit page. All right, so now I'm gonna click on the manage hosting page, and in here I'm gonna click on the edit, and I am here. We have a 404. Let's fix that. Let's go to the code editor, and I'm gonna go for source, then app, and then host, and then I'm gonna create a new folder, and it is going to be listings. Then inside there's going to be another folder, square brackets, listing ID, and then in there's going to be another folder, edit, and then finally there is going to be a page.tsx rfc. It's going to be a edit listing page. Get rid of that, and let's go here, refresh. That should be gone. All right, and the reason could be that, let's say we have this capital P, page.tsx. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. Edit listing page. Now we need to edit it. So let's go here. We have link from next link. We have also not found from next navigation. Arrow left. Then also pencil line, listing form. Then we have page intro, and then we have UI shell. We also have Prisma, and we also have require user. And there's going to be another one, but that is going to be for the actions, and we will do that later. Let's define the type here. Edit listing page props is equal to this object here, type params promise. It's going to be listing ID, which is going to be a string. Simple. Now export default async function, so we don't need this here. And now in here, we're gonna go for params, edit listing page props. Here we have const user is equal to await require user, const listing ID is equal to await params. There you go. Then here we have const listing is equal to await Prisma dot listing dot find first. Open that here. And in here we're going for where. Open that. ID is listing ID and user ID is user.id. If the listing isn't around, isn't available, then we go for not found. After that, here we have const update action is equal to update listing dot bind null listing dot id. And this update listing is going to be basically eventually a action that we're going to create inside the actions.ts file. So for now, I'm going to put it to comment. So yeah. Then we have the return. And inside return, we're going for main, class name, UI shell dot page container. Open the main here. We have page intro. And in that we have something like batch is equal to edit listing. Icon is pencil line. Title is update listing dot title. And then we have description. Define listing details, update guest capacity, and manage gallery images. And then we have action. And for the action, we're going for something like link. There you go. We have a class name for that, inline dash flex, items center, gap of 2, rounded full, border ink 300, px 3, py 1.5, text access, font semi-bold, text ink 700, transition hover, bg ink 50. Inside the link, we have arrow left, class name h-3.5 and width-3.5. And we have back to hosting dashboard. And this link has an href, which is simply just /host. I'm gonna save it. Let's go here. This is how it looks. Back to hosting dashboard. Wonderful. Let's go back here. And now after this here and inside the main, we're going for a section. Class name is going to be UI shell dot section card. Open that. And here we have a listing form. That's going to be action, which we have not created yet this one, but I'm going to put this here for now. Submit label is going to be save changes. Submitting label is going to be saving. Then we have initial values as title listing dot title, category listing dot category, description listing dot description, location value listing dot location value, price per night listing dot price per night, guest count listing dot guest count, room count listing dot room count, bathroom count listing dot bathroom count, image source listing dot image source, image gallery listing dot image gallery. Save it. Let's go here. Yep, that's the error. For now, let's get rid of that and the action as well. But the action, yeah. And this looks really good. We have title, we have apartment here coming from the database. All of the images are here. We can get rid of one if you want to. Description, everything is there. We can make the changes. Let's say it's 200 and we have the main image is this one, let's say, and bathroom are 6. So save changes. Of course, it is not going to save changes because for that we need the action. And I'm gonna undo here. Update action needs to be here. And I am going to create this action in the actions.ts file here. Here I'm going to go for export async function. Update listing is here. We have listing ID, which is going to be a string, and form data, of course, form data. We have const user is equal to await require user. If listing ID doesn't exist, throw new error, listing ID is missing. Const parsed gallery is equal to, we need something here. There you go. This is parsed gallery. So parsed gallery is equal to parsed listing gallery from data dot get image gallery. Const parsed is equal to listing schema dot save parse title is equal to form data dot get title. I'm gonna duplicate it a few times. This changes to description, and this one changes to image source. This one becomes image gallery, and we need commas here all over the place instead of this colon. All right, now this title becomes category, room count, bathroom count. Duplicate it a few more times. guest count, and we have location value, duplicate it, and price per night. There you go. And now in here, we're gonna say if parsed dot success isn't true, then we're gonna say throw new editor, invalid listing payload. Now here I'm gonna type const updated is equal to await Prisma dot listing dot update many, and we open that here. Here we have where, open that. ID here is listing ID, and user ID here is user.id. We put a comma here, and data is going to be parsed.data. And with that, if updated count, hold on, if updated dot count is a 0, throw new editor listing not found or access denied. And then finally, after that, here we're going for revalidate path root, revalidate path host, revalidate path listings slash listing ID, and redirect after that to the host page. There you go. And with that, we are almost done with this server action, and that actually here parsed gallery, this needs to be used here, and there you go. Now we need to use this update listing in our page.tsx file here. So here, what I'm gonna do now is simply this, I'm gonna put that, so I'm gonna actually get rid of this one here. I'm gonna say async function update listing action. Here it's going to be a form data here. It's gonna use server and then await update listing dot id form data. There you go. This update listing needs to be cannot find update listing. Yep, there you go. We have it, and we need to import that update listing. And now we need to use this over here. All right, now there are a few more things that I would like to change. For example, here we have this image gallery. I is a capital for the image gallery. So I'm gonna change it to small I, copy that, go to this one, and then in here I'm gonna change this one and wherever that is being used, so here. And I guess that's pretty much it for that. Yeah, there are no other lines. And now on these things, that is important. So here we have input name image source. It should, yeah, input name image source, and it's hidden. And instead of hidden here, I'm gonna use type hidden here. There you go. Then I'm gonna get rid of the read only from here. each of this needs to have a key. So key for this one is going to be image src, and this one is going to be gallery images 0. There you go. And there is no need for the required here. And I'm gonna go for default value here, and that's going to be gallery images if that exists. Okay, otherwise it's just an empty string. And here basically value, yeah, this can just go away because now we have default value. And then we have on this key here, either we have the first image from the images array or it's simply none. And let's do the apply the same stuff to the second one here, and this one becomes default value json.stringify gallery images. And then here we have key, and that is going to be image gallery. This is going to be json.stringify gallery images. There you go. And that's pretty much it for these two hidden input fields. And now let's move on to here. And what I'm gonna do here is basically change things a little bit. So let's write function handle submit event. It's going to be a react dot form event, and in here this is going to be a HTML form element. We open that, and then if gallery images dot length is identical to 0, then we're going for event dot prevent default. There you go. And set upload editor is going to be upload at least one image. The first image is used as the cover photo. There you go. Let's put a dot here. And that's pretty much it. Now use this handle submit here. We have this action, and now we're gonna have this on submit. There you go, handle submit. Save it. And now let's go to our code in a browser here, and I'm gonna click on edit page here, and I'm gonna change this to 200 here. Guest capacity is 6, and get rid of the first image, and I'm gonna save changes, and let's see if this works. And we still have this invalid listing payload. Hang on a second, maybe hold on, let's do a hard reload first. Command Shift R from your keyboard, and then in here I'm gonna click on edit. Here once again Command Shift R, so make sure you have no cache. Get rid of this from here. 200, 6, save changes. This page couldn't load. Why? The same error. All right, I'm gonna go back to the code editor in here, and I think it's since it says that here basically it's an error in the actions.ts file. So I'm gonna go to the top here, and I notice there's this email that we are not using. So let's do the cleanup along the way here. And then I was looking at the file, and here I noticed another issue. There you go, and that is for the create reservation that I accidentally basically put an equal sign here. It should have been a plus. So that, and then our latest, this where's that update listing. Here we have this, all right, gallery, category, room count, and bathroom count, and guest count has this capital, a small c, it should be a capital C. Then we have location value, should have capital V here and here, and price per night and price per night. There you go. And hopefully that right now we won't get any of this error. Let's go back here. I'm gonna do a hard reload here and get rid of this image, change this to 200 from 7 to 6 guest of capacity, and 4 here, and let's keep it 5 here, and save changes. Seems like it's gonna work this time, and it did. There you go. The image has been updated. We have 6, there 4, there 5, 200 per night, and bingo. Everything is working as expected. Yes, when you are developing something, when you're coding something, there are errors and issues, but solving them makes you a good developer. So yeah, never be afraid of the issues. And with that, our application is completely done, except that we need to make sure that the website looks amazing on the mobile screen as well. And that is exactly what we're going to do now. I'm going to click on inspect. I'm going to bring it to the right side and click on this one. And then from here, I'm going to go for the 14 Pro Max. And this changes to fit to window. Yeah, whatever that is. Click on that and refresh. And seems like we do have error with that. We do have the issue here with this. That would be this gradient, and let me fix that for you guys. Okay, so in here on the main, if let's say if we do something like max width 100%, yep, it seems to work fine. Let's go here, and in our source app page.psx, inside, let me actually close everything so it's easier for you. So source app and then page.tsx. Here we have where's the return? Yeah, there you go. So if we do something like max width is also max content, main none, max width is full. Okay, 100%. And this should become on medium screen size and onward. How much is that? That is 1280, and medium is like 768 pixels. So let's use large instead. Large, yeah, that's better, I guess. Okay, let's go here, and there you go. This looks good here. Let me get rid of this thing here. Go to the home page, everything looks good. Yep. And if I click on this one, that shows up. Click on this one, that shows up. If I click on this one, 221, there you go. Search, and everything is there. Awesome. If I click on that, there you go. Our reservation is on the top, already pre-filled, and this looks good. Fantastic. If I book this way, and let's say if I go to the bookings page, yeah, that looks good as well. And manage hosting is here, available in the button, as that is gone from here. If we click on that, there is our hosting, and we have some sort of issue here that we need to address. So this thing, what is that? Okay, so let me grab this thing that's available inside the host. Let me go here and grab host page.tsx, find that. Where is that? And here, I guess. No, create a listing. There you go. It should be 1.1 fraction and all that. And in here, we're gonna go for grid calls 1 for mobile and onward, and from the extra large screen sizes, it's going to be this. So if we go here, and it seems fixed. Wonderful. And there you go. We have error on this one now, and that would be here on the bottom. Okay. So this is not coming from here, host listing item. It's coming from here. So we have this. How about if I put all of this in a div here? And let me, yeah, change it back something like that. Class flex items center justify between. And let me do a hard reload. Yeah, it's okay. Hold on. That's a div. So there's this grid. Yeah, that's the thing. And okay, okay. So we have this link and this link. This div, how about if we get this div out of this link here? Save it. There you go. And okay, this one looks good, but this one does not. What am I doing? Don't need a P here. P can still stay there. Yeah. Save it. There you go. Yeah, it's starting to look better. And now what do I have here? We have one div and one p tag and this flex. Okay. So how about now I just get rid of this div? Yeah, there you go. This looks much better. Yeah, exactly. So now div here and click on mobile. And there you go. Fantastic. So everything in our mobile app looks good. The menu looks good. The homepage looks good. Every page is looking good. And there you go. Clear filters, all of the buttons. There. Book this stay. There you go. 30, 31. Done. 2, 2, 1. Reserve now. You're booked. And now if I go to the bookings page, there you go. And let's see if the hosting page is also. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we just did that. Fantastic. So with that, our complete application is done, my friends, and everything is functional. You got to learn how to connect Prisma database with Next.js 16, and we got to work with Prisma latest versions. Then we had authentication with Next auth. We are using also Zod for the validations and all that for the schema. And now please do like and subscribe the channel and like the videos, and also let me know if what are the sections of this project build that you liked the most, and what are the sections that were confusing the most, so I could work my way around and improve my videos for future, and I could convey and deliver the best projects in the best delivery as possible. So see you guys in the next one.